Sybert signing into Kane's Wrath on the map Tournament Highlands for game number 1 of Group C from Chrono Clash II. On the left side, playing the red, playing Traveler 59. Give it up for Masterleaf. And on the right side, playing the green GDI, it's Reminder, aka Chaos Sit. But I know him as Reminder, so that's what I'll be referring to him as. And we have a best of 5 on our hands. Like all of the group stage, this one is kicking off on Tournament Highlands, and yep, it's a lot of best of 5s. I've said it before, and it's still true now. The group stage, including Group E, the now open 5th group, it's a lot of best of 5s between all of the players involved, between the double elimination format of the first 4 groups and the 24 players in the 5th group. It is a lot of best of 5s, but we have been loving the content and loving the games. There have been some really great ones throughout this series. If you missed the Group A video, that's actually, at the time of recording, the only completed group that is uploaded yet. I'm a little bit behind, but I know Korak, Alex, and Zads have also been doing some casting, sometimes together, so there is more Chrono Clash content to watch, and some of the players have been streaming as well. But of course, Chrono Clash II is powered by Chronosphere, and they want you to know that behind every smooth app and website you use are teams of developers and operators working to keep those systems fast, reliable, and running around the clock. Chronosphere helps those teams by giving them a real-time view into how their systems are behaving at scale across hundreds of services, containers, clusters, and clouds. Chronosphere gives teams control over what they see, what they spend, and what they solve. So go ahead and check them out at chronosphere.io or by scanning the QR code on the screen. Reminder may have APCs, but Masterleaf has a crane. A Scrin Foundry, not something we see very often, and he's using it to get his nerve center while his MCV is on the move to the expansion. And the follow-up is going to be 1 portal at the natural expansion. Now, of course, the real winner is that you get the nerve center. You don't lose the time of flying over. Okay, double portal? There has to be a stasis. Is the stasis? Okay, there's the stasis. It just finishes up. All right, now we're starting to understand. Double portal doesn't make a whole lot of sense as Scrin, and then you see the stasis, or as Traveler 59. I mean, it could be just a ton of descents, but then you see the stasis, and like, okay, he's getting fast legs. It's not going to be descents. He's going Ravagers, and the APCs rock up to the expansion, and they're like, wait a second, something is going on. We are 3.5 minutes in. This guy doesn't have an expansion, and his MCV isn't even positioned in the correct spot for an expansion because it's going to be fast leg Ravagers out on the map. This is why Masterleaf is here. This is what we are hoping to see from him. Ravagers getting tagged just a little bit there by the Rifleman squad, but Ravagers are pretty tanky boys in the year 2025 in R23. These are not any base game Ravagers. These guys are almost sniping that refinery. Triple watchtower deployed. Gunwalkers coming in as well. They wish they would have seen those Blue Tiberium Harvesters sooner because they could have blasted that Blue Tiberium Harvester instead. Lightning Spike going to be deployed. AP ammo hasn't finished up, but more AP APCs are rocking up to the scene, and they are going to deploy a couple of mines. 2 mine drops there as the Ravagers push forward, and 2 Gunwalkers go down. The APCs trading back, but I mean, ultimately, the Blue Tiberium Harvester was the real target of value for Masterleaf. Mind Control comes out as well. It looks like a very low health APC, but an APC nonetheless. We still got an enemy unit, even though it is virtually dead. Another Harvester going down, exploding there as the Green Tiberium bomb ignites, and that will be a nearly dead refinery as well. And these are the builds that you can't practice against because almost no one else plays this way. This is Masterleaf style, and it's not always clean. As you can see, he's taking a lot of damage on Harvesters in his own natural natural expansion. One harvester down, knocking those numbers down a little bit. As reminder, got a faster natural expansion. He's got a command post. He's got an airfield as well. And a couple of harvester kills evens things up. Fresh harvester spawns in just as one died previously. Ravager's coming back into the natural expansion, but there's a hammerhead out now, and the GG gets called, and that will do it. Reminder weathers the storm and will find himself up 1-0 over Masterleaf. And that brings us to the Rift, to the Tiberium Rift for game number 2. In the north, sticking with Traveler, this is Masterleaf. And it's a descent rush from one to the other, but it's not necessarily going to be over quite as quickly. We'll see how hard he commits to it. This, in the bottom right-hand corner, feeling pretty good. This is Reminder, a.k.a. Chaos Set. So I do want to keep an eye on exactly what Masterleaf's plan is here, because there are a number of variations to the Disintegrator Rush. This is a single portal, so it's not any kind of like an all-in dump 100% of your cash into it kind of a build. But I mean, you can see by the income, he's down half the money of his opponent, and his opponent went for 3 Rifleman Scouts right out of the gate. So this is a very costly investment by Masterleaf, but as you can see by the army value, he's also 2.2k to, well, briefly 0, but now 1 because of the APC and that Rifleman there. So a couple of watchtowers being sold off by Reminder. He wants to get some kind of defense for this, and this could be a very fast game once again. Masterleaf, it entirely depends on what he decides to do with these disintegrators. And he's attacking the building as well. He says, if you're going to blow up a neutral structure, I'm going to blow up a neutral structure. Not that disintegrators can garrison buildings anyways, which, looking at them, you would think that they would be able to. But I don't know if it was just a balance thing or what, but the devs decided that nope, disintegrators cannot garrison structures. That is not for them. So the disintegrators get split into 2 groups, and for now, I think Reminder is just going to kind of cautiously go into a normal game. This is the thing that Masterleaf can do pretty safely. You can kill that Tiberium Spike, and it doesn't usually cost you anything to do it. APC right on the edge of range there, and he does have a Rifleman inside, so that's got extra DPS. That APC is powered up. And yeah, the MCV moved to the natural expansion very, very quickly here for Masterleaf, but it's because there isn't a lot of point to keeping your MCV there. You're not going to be pumping out a ton of buildings. When you go for a build like this, it does delay your entire tech tree, and so you might as well utilize that downtime by moving your MCV somewhat preemptively, but now you've got it ready to go. He almost gets the catch. The MCV does deploy in time, and Reminder saves himself from the disaster of disintegrators descending upon a packed up MCV. Where is he going? I thought he was going to be heading to the north for his natural expansion, but instead he is heading out. Oh, perfect mine drop there. Right as the descents were going to step onto it, he does deploy the mines, and Masterleaf mostly avoids them. Okay, MCV is heading for the natural expansion, so it's not going to be any aggressive pushes across the map. He's not going to like try and camp out on the blue Tiberium, which if it was maybe 2 minutes further in the game, okay, maybe I can see trying to camp out on the blue Tiberium. But the follow-up for Masterleaf is double portal, which this is now looking somewhat similar to that last game, only the arrangement of buildings is different. And in this case, it is 6 harvesters now for Masterleaf versus the 5 of Reminder. Mines do deploy or do reveal these disintegrators and cut down their numbers by quite a bit as well, but this is not the real army. It's down here in the south. Masterleaf is ready to go. He catches 1, he catches 2, but the mine drop comes in as well, and that's a lot of dead descents on the ground. They're in the dirt, and the fresh mines are there on top of their bodies. Another power plant comes in. The disintegrators run away, and they will live to fight another day, but so will the APCs. Earth's Defense Force is putting up a good fight. The aliens may have lasers, but we have explosives. Power plant going to be body blocking for that watchtower. Perfect placement of the watchtower because it can shoot over buildings. It gains that advantage. Another APC does explode, unfortunately, for Reminder here outside of Masterleaf's natural expansion. APC low on health. Mine drop doesn't come in. The Rifleman squad does jump out, and this is going to be dead GDI units at the front door of Masterleaf. Mines will be cleared out. Oh, these disintegrators are playing with fire. They're playing with explosives as they are right on the edge there. And Reminder may have actually been lulled into a false sense of security. He's up to 8 harvesters, but he has gone for the APC, or he has gone for the command post, AP ammo, and double hammerhead. It looks like he really should sell off one of those airfields. He cannot afford all of this production. He needs to cut something because the result is AP ammo isn't finishing very quickly. The hammerheads aren't finishing very quickly, and he has damage coming in his front door. Will he be able to stop it? Very possibly once those hammerheads get out, but he could maybe have 2 hammerheads out if he would have cut production from somewhere, whether that's less APCs or whether that's not building that second airfield, something like that. But AP ammo would have finished up a lot sooner. These hammerheads would have actually come out, but he was also going for tier 3, so I don't even know if he ever could have afforded that. He had so much production going on for a brief moment there, producing APCs, double hammerheads, I assume, and AP ammo as well as tier 3. That's a kind of cash flow problem that just doesn't solve itself by canceling one thing. So in the end, he will buy enough time to push everything away for the current moment, and it's not going to be hammerheads, at least not double hammerheads. He is going firehawks, at least somewhat, and the APC is going to find a little bit of resistance there at the natural expansion, but Masterleaf is moving beyond natural expansions. He is going for the third base, almost the complete opposite of that game number 1. Firehawks come in, they find a couple of targets, it's lights out for the scrin, and a tech reset there a little bit for Masterleaf. He does... Did he lose the nerve center? Yes, so the nerve center is gone. He does still have the stasis chamber, but he will not be able to reproduce those more anti-air defenses for the current moment, but nerve center should be rebuilt relatively easily. Upgraded power plant will be targeted. Nice, easy win there for Masterleaf right on the edge of the base. Not defended at all. One Rifleman squad is there. And out on the field, we've got 11 grand worth of army for Reminder. But this is one of those situations where if the Scrin infantry can close the distance, they can shred the APCs. But the APCs engaging at range will win the fight. And now they finally close the distance. The shock troopers making short work of the APCs. Rifleman squads or no, they're going down. Mine drop's not coming in, but one guy goes golden as they get the star and they get the red shots to line him up. It's going to be a buzzer swarm support power to seal the deal, but it's a lot of dead Scrin on the Masterleaf side of the map. He wins the fight, but it is not clean as the Firehawks come in. They bomb another refinery. They maybe even knock down... Okay, no, the nerve center is still here. So they get some health off of a power plant. They don't take the lights out entirely, but they do some damage. And Masterleaf, he got the kill that he was looking for. And as he sits at nearly 20k of army, a lot of Reminder's army is actually locked up here in these Firehawks. So when you see the 11, almost 12k of army value of Reminder, just know that a lot of that is actually Firehawks going on these bombing runs here or there. Orca Strike coming in to distract, and it's going to be on top of the MCV and on top of the Tier 3 as well. He gets them both, and there is no gravity stabilizer, so it is do or die for Masterleaf. He loses the tech. Does he even have a war factory? He doesn't have a war factory. Masterleaf forced into an infantry all-in by one brilliant moment by Reminder. It was predicated on the back of this Firehawk play that he went for, and it turns out it was actually genius. So I guess he was getting Stratofighter and hard points. He was never going for hammerheads. He was going for upgrades for the Firehawks, and that's why he was researching everything at the same time. time, but now the Shock Trooper is going to be coming in. This is the push of Masterleaf. No rebuilding after this. The units can be rebuilt, but only the infantry, as he has got a more with a clock on it, and Masterleaf says, I'm out. He is leaving, and the GG comes out. Reminder goes up 2-0 against Leaf. One game he goes aggressive with the infantry, the other game he ends up forced into the infantry and it doesn't work out. That'll do it for game 2 as we head into game number 3. It's do or die, and it's all on the line here on Toxicity. I can't believe it, but we are in that situation. Kicking it off with match point. This is Reminder. Defense is sometimes your best offense, apparently, because as it turns out, you got to be able to knock those attacks back, but will he be able to knock back the Black Hand? As on the right side, this is Masterleaf. Giving up on his Traveler 59 Origins, hoping to find some more success with the Black Hand. A powerful and fan favorite faction, but Masterleaf, known for his Traveler 59 play, known for his unorthodox and inventive strategies, and now kind of abandoning all of that and going for, I would say, stock standard, but he's opening Secret Shrine. Like 58 seconds into the game, he's got a Secret Shrine, and he is going for, I have to assume it's Confessor Cabals, or Black Disciples. It might also be Purifying Flame. He is crazy enough that he might do that in game 3 down like this, but no. He gets Black Disciples, immediately sells off that Secret Shrine. You don't want to be dumping an additional like 2-3 grand into upgrades before you even have a good Harvester count. So Masterleaf, he's down 1 Harvester versus the 3 of Reminder. So Reminder does have that big economic edge right now, and that will be reflected in the total resources gathered and in the income per minute. But of course, Masterleaf can make up for that. He's going to be going big into Harvesters in the next couple of minutes, and he's going to be looking to at least burn down 1 Tiberium Spike. I imagine he might go for both Tiberium Spikes as kind of easy outward targets, but he's also going to be wanting to keep the pressure on the Reminder side of the map, because in this case, the best offense, or the best defense, is a good offense. And if you can keep your opponent on their side of the map, guess what they're not doing? Harassing your Harvesters on your side of the map. Rifleman gets flamed down, and it's going to be the Watchtower going down as well. 1 APC actually gets eliminated right on the edge of range there, and it's not just Black Disciples on the front line. It's a Reckoner to follow it up, because the best way to distract your opponent from the fact that you're going for a Flame Reckoner rush is by the fact that you have Black Disciples and rockets right outside of their base. And somebody call Kane, because there's a new commander in town and he's making Nod look good. War Factory goes down. Refinery will not be saved, and the Harvester may have got the kills that counted on the infantry, but that's not all. That MCV might actually be in range, and you're gonna have to build more than just a Tib silo to knock down this Reckoner. Another power plant under threat. And Masterleaf with a massive strike here at 3 minutes into the game. Is the MCV in range? Okay, it is. He's going to be forced to pack it up and move it out, or he will lose it, because, no, he actually... Okay, I don't know what that was. If he could... Oh, he wants to get a rocket inside of there as well. So he gets the rockets. He gets the flames back in there, and he is burning down that MCV. Reminder is going to move it. He's going to move it. He's going to plant a silo to try and body block, and now he's going to move it. No, he's just gonna go for mine drops, and it is right on the edge of death. Is Reminder gonna save it? No, he doesn't save it. At the end of all things, Masterleaf gets what he wants. Double silo block, doesn't matter. The Black Hand reigns supreme, and now it is not technically lights out for Reminder, because he does have a War Factory. He can rebuild an MCV. He can get himself back in this game, but Masterleaf is now 7-4 on harvesters. Masterleaf 8-4 on harvesters. The early deficit in economy has, believe it or not, been more than made up for it by the fact that this is all the GDI really has. And after 2 games of failed big aggressive plays, guess what wins out in the end? A big aggressive play from the Black Hand, but he does still have to hold off the GDI firepower. And this will be Rockets on the front line to contest the Harvesters as the AP Season Preds move in as well. No AP ammo for these boys because guess what? Those upgrades don't come in when you lose your MCV like that. Harvesters getting absolutely amazing crushing value because you can't spend the money anyways, so I guess you just use them for their guns on the front line. Another Harvester going down, and Masterleaf now has to fight off this army. War Factory deployed. It's a time-buying tactic as much as anything else. How many units will he actually be able to produce? And you may be able to kill a couple of Harvesters here, but Masterleaf doesn't need a lot to be able to hold you off in the long term. Another Hand of Nod deploys up north. Pretty much all of the Harvesters of Chaos have gone down as Reminder is reminded by which ways Masterleaf wins games, and it's never the typical match. It's never what you expect. It's always something wacky and goofy. Reminder has bought enough time that he may have actually rebuilt an MCV back at home and have himself back in shape, although he does only have 1 Harvester, so at this point, if you were planning on rebuilding your MCV and trying to get back into this game, you should have saved a couple of more of the Harvesters in that pack, but it's not going to matter if Masterleaf's defense musters here. He suddenly has a little bit of everything. Cabal on the front line, and it's going to be Black Disciples, Rockets, and Scorpions. Reminder has been defeated, and Masterleaf takes his first win of the series, and finally, in Game 3, puts a point on the board. And why mess with a good thing if what you've got is working? Then keep doing that. At least that's what this guy on the right believes. Plain Cyan, this is Masterleaf. Rocking the Black Hand for the 2nd game in a row, but will he be able to follow it up with a win? Because on match point, close to advancing into round 2 and knocking Leaf down to the lower bracket is Reminder, aka Chaos Sit. And if you said who is the most likely player in round 1 to have to reverse sweep someone, I would not say Masterleaf. Round 1 of the tournament, someone is going to be down 0-2, and they're going to have to reverse sweep to keep their hope alive in the upper bracket. I would not have said Masterleaf. And yet, here we are. Masterleaf has to complete the reverse sweep. Not an unheard of thing in a best of 5, but still a difficult thing to do. There's going to be the hallucinogenic grenades, and this will cause a little bit of friendly fire, a little bit of perhaps blue on blue, as they say, but it will be one little piece of a rifleman squad surviving, and those hallucinogenic grenades, they rarely land, they rarely hit their targets as intended. Oh, this scout is perfect. Reminder, his vision is going to see it, and he will see even the War Factory, the timing. He knows exactly 142 is when that flame tank emerged, and he is also going to see it burn down his rifleman squad. Bye-bye, as it's a double Flame Reckoner as well. So Reminder has perfect intel. He knows exactly what is going on. He got both of his tib spikes nice and early. All 3 of his tib spikes. I feel like I'm just now realizing that there are 3 tib spikes on this map. I just did not even realize that, even though I've been seeing quite a bit of this map in the last couple of months. Double Reckoner or double Flame Reckoner on the north side, but it is also going to be a flame tank on the south side, and he's just going to go for the tip spike. So Masterleaf not running straight down the middle, not trying to get the MCV a second time. He will just burn down the tip spike and then be happy with his own 3 tib spikes. But try and do everything and do nothing is apparently the name of the game. Predator tank is going to be able to catch the flame tank in the south, but he will will still do some damage to that refinery, and they're not blocking that guy off. This is a perfect spot for Masterleaf. He's going to get some damage on one refinery, and he's going to be able to burn down the war factory, and he's probably going to have enough time to burn down the refinery as well. You better hope you can place it perfectly and that you do block off that attack path, but it's going to be a dead Tib silo, and you're going to need a couple more of those. Reminder is in a bad spot 2 games in a row, and he's also going to be on the verge of stopping this with just losing a war factory. I know it's a lot to say, just losing a war factory, but no, the refinery goes down moments before the Reckoner explodes. The refinery gets eliminated, and Masterleaf has achieved what he hoped to achieve. There's the airfield, there's the command post for Reminder, and the laser fence as well, as he tries to chase down these Black Hand squads. They're heading off for the corners, and also I didn't think who would win a race, a Predator tank or a Black Hand squad, and apparently the answer is Black Hand squad, because they both got away, and now this Black Hand squad can hole up and start burning down that Tib spike. The airfield low on health, it just doesn't have a big health pool to begin with, and whatever's getting built is going to get canceled. There's one Hammerhead, but he had to sell off the command post to make it happen, and he still loses the airfield anyways. So you got the one unit out, but you're not getting the others. A rig heading across the map. This is going to set up a nice stronghold at the natural expansion of Masterleaf, so at least he will have that. You don't even need the stealth detection. The pit bulls are just going to be free firing on these harvesters. Masterleaf getting rig rushed, but this is not a proper rig rush. This is a response to the goofiness that Masterleaf is throwing out. The aggressive plays from the Black Hand player is resulting in this desperate attempt to break the natural expansion and stop the 8 harvesters of Masterleaf from dominating the game, but it just isn't working. One Hammerhead shows up, but the Black Hand are strong. Burn down the war factory, burn down the refinery, burn down the airfield, and the counterattack is nothing. Masterleaf holds it off, and there just isn't a lot on the other side. Reminder, he doesn't have the cash to burn to put an army on the field to seriously contend with Masterleaf, and with the speed of the bikes, you can't even really go for these sideways plays where you try to sneak in the back door, or you try to divert one direction and then go in from another direction. It just doesn't really work against the bikes, who can be almost anywhere on the map all at once. As I said, that Masterleaf completely abandons 2 of his harvesters and just lets them take damage from Pred APC. But normally bikes can defend all of those places, and one of the few harvesters of Reminder goes down. He goes from 6 to 5, and the low health refinery is still here, never able to repair it, never able to make it happen, and the Predator tanks not able to get close. The Pit Bull dies as he descends upon that harvester. The refinery goes down, but the APCs will surround this Black Hand army, and that's finally gonna be a win for Reminder. Although, how many APCs is he actually gonna trade out versus these rocket squads? That's 3, and maybe even number 4 will go down before the rocket squads are eliminated. The faithful have been rewarded, and GDI units fall in greater numbers and value than Nod. Decoy army absorbs a couple of shots there, and another harvester goes down. When you're Masterleaf, you can give a harvester or 2. When you're Reminder, you just can't. Down to 3 harvesters, almost 7 minutes into the game, and the numbers aren't good. The numbers don't lie, and Reminder is in a tough spot no matter which way you slice it. The income per minute double for Masterleaf. If you want to see it in plain numbers, it's there. He is dominating this game, but Reminder has one final shot. He's still got income, he still has cash, and he's got an MCV on the move. We've seen it happen before. You bunker down at your opponent's base, you try to lock them in, and he's following it up with the blue Tiberium harvest as well. So this is the best chance that Reminder has. It's made significantly worse by the fact that Masterleaf has a 6K bank. He's teched up to Tier 3, which means he's on the verge of Tier 4 if he wants it. A chemical plant is already here. What do I mean? If he wants it, he's already got it, which means the catalyst missile, which means the vapor bomb, which means even the Reckoner could be on the way. The Redeemer is what I really mean. Everything is on the table here for Masterleaf. He's got the cash to burn, and he's got the tech to support it. Everything is turning up in Leaf's favor here in game number 4, and it's all over but the crying. The MCV in the middle of the map is a nice attempt from Reminder to try and make something happen, but it just doesn't happen, and suddenly we go to match point from a 0-2 deficit. Masterleaf evens things up to send us into game number 5. And here in the ace match, it'll all be decided. Not how I expected this series to go, but here we have it. Both players with an equal chance, both players on match point, opening up with some strong defense, but faltering. Can he pull it together in the end? In the north, this is Reminder. Meanwhile, in the south, playing that black hand once again, sticking with what works. This is Masterleaf. He's a powerful, leafy boy, and he likes to win with infantry. It's something that he's quite good at, and that he's been quite good at over the years. And again, I can't believe we're here at match point and just the bizarre journey that we have taken to get here. This would be an amazing win for Reminder to get a tournament best-of-5 victory over Masterleaf and knock Masterleaf down to the lower bracket. Leaf wouldn't be out, but he would have to fight it through the entirety of the rest of the games. I think I talked about it in one of the other videos, but in the double elimination group stage, if you win your matches, you play 3 best-of-5s. If you lose in the first round to qualify to the main event, you have to play something like 6 or 7 best-of-5s instead. So it quite literally doubles or more than doubles the number of games that you have to play because of the double elimination format. So whoever loses here has potentially 6 more best-of-5s ahead of them there in the lower bracket, and whoever wins still has a backup plan waiting for them. Double Flame Reckoner. It's worked before, twice in this series. Different variations of this Double Flame Reckoner have been successful for Masterleaf. In this case, once again, Reminder scouts it out nice and early. Chaos knows that this is coming. The Reckoner actually holds back, so the Black Hand squads eject out of there and chase away the Pitbulls because there's another flame tank. This is what he didn't see coming, and this is what he didn't realize was in his back door, the flame tank, and that's the first refinery down, and here comes the Reckoner for the perfect placement. Could even go to split the difference between all 3 buildings. Instead, it's going to be a double war factory as the response for Reminder, and double war factory is good for production, but he has to sell one of them off just to afford anything. And now once again the Black Hand squads are going to get on out of there. What's going to stop them? Not a pit bull, that's for sure. It's instead going to be the Harvesters trying to go for the crush, and Masterleaf just makes it happen 3 games in a row after having a difficult game number 1. Reminder is still going to be fighting it out. He's not giving up just yet, but this time the Harvester counts are equal. The thing that isn't equal, of course, is the refinery. So even though the Harvesters are equal, because Reminder's base is going to be looking like a parking lot, his economy is going to be close to half that of Masterleaf's by the end of all things. But second refinery isn't too hard to add on. It is a little bit dangerous for Reminder because this is the 3rd refinery that he's built in this game. So your 4th refinery being added into your main base is just not where you want to be. Masterleaf, on the other hand, deploys the 2nd war factory before moving his MCV. His production is going to be able to stay high. He's got the income to support it, and now he's got Black Disciples leading all of his infantry squads as well. Predator tanks may be able to get the crush on these units, but they may also pay for it, especially now that the bikes are rolling up to the fight. The Harvester gets turned around and no, he doesn't get sent back to his base, so he pauses there briefly, and he pauses again as he gets caught by indecision, and Chaos Hit not going to be able to save that Harvester, not going to be able to save his Pitbulls in the south, and Masterleaf finding the win 3 games in a row, or at least 2, but he's looking primed to do it a 3rd time, now with double the army value of Reminder, more than double the army value, and getting his MCV positioned for that natural expansion. It is just not a good look for Reminder. It was finally now back up to 2 refineries on his main base, but he doesn't even have one of his harvesters working in all of the chaos, in all of the mayhem. One harvester sent to the Blue Tiberium gets killed on the return journey, and another harvester is just parked in his base full of Tiberium, not refining. Reminder losing out 2 games in a row and now making some critical mistakes and having some very unfortunate difficulties in game number 5. Masterleaf's bikes searching for another target. They killed off one Tibbs bike, but they don't go for the other. Upgraded power plant immediately targeted down here by Masterleaf. It won't put the lights out, but it does put the lights out by quite a bit as everything gets depowered. The watchtowers deployed and paid for, but not actually doing anything as they just don't have enough electricity. And this harvester still unnoticed, or I guess maybe completely bugged. There is a possibility that that is just like a bugged harvester sort of on the field there. I would imagine he would have had to have noticed it by now. Maybe for the first 30 seconds or so you don't notice it, but he's looked in his area several times. Masterleaf just drove through there with a bunch of bikes, and I'm not sure why that harvester still isn't moving. Bikes moving back in. Another harvester down to half HP. Masterleaf circling around the map, and it's another rig push coming in here from Reminder. Can he make it happen? It didn't work on Badlands Hills, but it will work, but it might work here on Atacama Road. The APC is able to target down some of these rocket squads. Laser turret comes up, and bikes swinging in from the backside. It's going to be another dead APC back there, and a Reminder, he's losing units fast. He doesn't have much left in the tank, and Masterleaf, he's got the better economy and he's got the better footing for the mid game as he's going to be looking to push off this attack and keep his natural expansion functioning well. Reminder, never able to establish a natural expansion, packs up his MCV and heads across town. He is going for the other side of the map, but charged particle beams is already done. These Cabal squads are fully upgraded, Black Disciples leading them, and charged particle beams adding to their damage. These are some fearsome Black Hand units for sure, and it's a fresh flame tank. It's a nuke on the way. Whether it's real or fake, it's an arbinger of doom as the refinery gets burned down. Not that there was a lot of Tiberium in that base anyways, but this is a that's a nice nuclear, that's a nice Temple of Nod placement there, just to say, I see your MCV, I know what you're doing, and I'm not gonna let it happen. It's all about to explode here for Reminder as he gets GG'd right out of the game. Masterleaf starting aggressive, then playing defensive, locking down that natural expansion. Unfortunately, that will do it for Reminder in the upper bracket. Masterleaf pulling off the reverse sweep, able to make the comeback in the best of 5, and he will advance into the next round of Group C. And now we go to Tournament Airstrip for game number 2. That's right, the first game was corrupted. The replay file was lost, apparently due to a bug or a glitch at the crash end of game number 1. But we do have, playing the black hand, playing on the left side, Dimitri going up against the yellow GDI in this best of 5. This is Senna. Always unfortunate when a replay gets lost to time, but here we are with a 1-0 start for Dimitri. One of those things that does happen from time to time. Ooh, is Senna actually gonna get the tib spike in the middle versus a blackhand player? Not something that you can always bank on, but when you go 2 or 3 riflemen at the start of the game, then you do have enough firepower to push back the Cabal squads. And well, the engineer is there. He hasn't quite grabbed the tib spike just yet. So yeah, we did miss game number 1 of this series, and it looks like Senna has chosen Tournament Airstrip as the second map to fight it out on. And it is going to be a classic Blackhand versus GDI. So maybe GDI will have some good representation here. I feel like we've been seeing a lot of the Scrin factions. We've been seeing a decent amount of Blackhand. And weirdly enough, in the games that I've cast, I feel like I've seen more Zocom and SteelTalons than straight up vanilla GDI. This is somehow turned into like the battle of the sub-factions in a lot of cases, instead of just vanilla GDI, which is an extremely powerful standard faction in for its own right. And, you know, if you turn the clocks back 1 to 2 years, it had enormous, nearly 100% representation in tournaments, where you'd get an event and 40 of the 50 games from the event would involve GDI on one of the sides, and then Marked of Kane would be the other faction represented. So it is a little bit weird to see GDI normally represented when you have a game with 9 factions. Each one shouldn't be, you know, represented all of the time. And in this case, GDI, I think, is perhaps regressing to the mean and going back to where it should be, which means we're seeing a huge reduction in GDI. Although it could just be that those are the games that I have seen up to this point, and as we get further into the tournament, we're going to be seeing a lot more GDI. Dimitri going for the War Factory after the Refinery at the Natural Expansion. Tournament Airstrip, you do have 2 good starting fields, your main and your natural, but then that third field is very close to your opponent, and it starts small. It does grow up, and of course you do have the Blue Tiberium in the north. So Tournament Airstrip is a map that is typically decided in the mid-game, and if not, we're going to have an explosive finish down here at the third bases. That's how it almost always works out, with some kind of big explosive action at the third base of one of the players. And there's usually a base push in there as well, because you're dropping the MCV down towards that third base location anyways, so you might as well push a little bit further and drop sonic emitters or obelisks on top of your opponent's third base as well. Second War Factory is up. Plenty of harvesters and refineries here for both players. It's 9 harvesters to 9 on both sides of the map. Pitbull's going to be trading versus the bike buggy of Blackhand here. Classic combinations. Tons of Pitbulls on one side, tons of bike buggy on the other side. Buggy will die right there. Last shot comes out and cleans up that low health buggy. Decoy Army, grouping all of the units together and then decoy armying them. We do also have the Ops Center up and running. Flame Tank is out as well. Dimitri going to be burning down that tib spike in the middle of the map. He doesn't want to capture it for himself. He wants to knock it down once and for all, get it out of here. And the Flame Tank will progress on, although he is kind of driving it right towards a whole bunch of Pitbulls. So at the very least, the Pitbulls are going to have to try and make a decision. Do we go for the Flame Tank to try and defend against that? That's what the Predator tanks are for. Or do we try and chase down this bike buggy and stop them from getting in towards the Harvesters or towards the newly spawned in Hammerheads? And for now, the bike buggy is going to commit in towards the MCV, commit in towards that Natural Expansion as well. and it is going to be a catalyst missile coming in. Refinery on the left side gets popped. Harvester as well goes down. So this Harvester number is taking a slight hit, but the death of the refinery is the bigger deal. Senna taking some damage at the natural expansion, but he's got a pretty good foundation to sit upon. And of course, we do have the tier 3, but no upgrades have finished. No charged particle beams, no Tib Core missiles just yet. We have to assume Tib Core missiles is on the way with the presence of attack bikes in this game. It would be kind of crazy to go for the other upgrade first. Although, it does always surprise me how fast and cheap particle beam is. It's 30 seconds and $1,000. It feels free, and it is a pretty good upgrade both for your shredder turrets and your cabal squads. You know, no lasers on the Scorps, but you do at least get lasers on other units as well. And that is going to be a very dead Hammerhead there, and a very dead Pitbull as well. Pitbull's trading 1-for-1 with the bikes, and the Harvesters do escape for now. One of them getting a bit of Tiberium, and the other one not so much. A lot of blue Tiberium up there in the north. Definitely a target for the next stage of the game. Engineer will be one of the choices. Is this going to be an engineer rocket, or is he going to just sell off the engineering facility and get the Black Hand Squad from that to be the second garrison in the Redeemer? Very nice timing on the Marv versus the Redeemer. They're going to be within a few seconds of each other, and there's the sell-off of that Reclamator hub. Okay, Redeemer's still a little bit of ways. Dimitri drawing a 0 on his bank account, canceling some stuff, selling off some structures. Will get enough cash to finish up that Redeemer in just a few seconds. And yet was further behind the Marv than I thought. But he's here now, and there's the sell-off. It's a Black Hand Engineer Redeemer. An amazing combination. And of course, Senna with his Marv vacuuming up this field. He doesn't have to rush towards getting that third base economy up and running. He can take his time on it. Take it easy just a little bit there. No stealth on this Harvester, so the Predator tanks can free fire before the Pit Bulls even arrive at that location, and the Harvester is going to take significant damage. The Marv, on the other hand, going to be pulling back, and the Harvester does die off the field, and that's a lot of Predators. This is a vanilla GDI, and he is late game enough that railguns could be coming in at any moment. That's something Dimitri is going to have to worry about here, as the Pit Bull is the arbinger of this coming attack in the north. But in the south, it's going to be mass infantry, and it's going to be a retreating Marv. This is a lot of Juggernauts. If they could shell the infantry, they can thin out the numbers quite a bit. I don't think we ever had any Hammerheads rebuilt, so it's just going to be up to the sniper teams, the watchtowers, and the Orca Strike coming in, laying waste to the Nod infantry as they get pushed back from the third base of Senna. The Redeemer comes in, and the Spectre artillery fire from afar. In the north, it's going to be Pred versus Bike, but guess what? One has upgrades and one doesn't. The massive damage from those bikes tearing through the Predator tanks and evening the playing field. Juggernauts dangerously far forward. If the infantry can close the distance, the Juggernauts die oh so easily. But Senna's following up with his MCV, keeping it close enough that he can keep those watchtowers nearby. And the sniper team's a critical piece of any anti-Black Hand force. Sniper teams from a distance, just picking off units one by one, is something that we didn't used to see very much of in these games, but has come around in the last 5 years or so, as far as people becoming more and more aware of sniper teams. They were always there, and some players would go for them, but it was just one of those things that people didn't do enough. They would just let it not, they would just not go for the sniper teams, even though they were very good units and very good at keeping the unit count down for Black Hand. Dimitri, I guess he's just going to lose it. It feels like Dimitri is kind of falling apart with a couple of these attacks coming in, and spare units just getting by his defenses and him not really being able to deal with it. Another couple of hammerheads going down. Fresh volley from the SAM site, and these hammerheads are going to have to find some repairs before they engage again. Juggernaut's moving to the front line. Infantry coming forward, but I don't think they're going to be able to close the distance fast enough. It's going to be up to the Spectre artillery to land the shots, and the Marv going to be pulling back. Shockwave artillery going to be pulled up as well on top of the infantry, on top of something, as it is going to be a wall-to-wall fight of artillery with the Juggernauts ranging from the north to the south across the screen. As the Marv draws the infantry in, Juggernauts do the damage, and then the Marv pulls back. Spectres still continuing to fire from the Tib field, but they get annihilated. Two of them going down, and the Hammerheads coming in, but they get crushed by the infantry, the SAM sites as well, and there's going to be the Redeemer coming in from the north side. Will he find an angle on to the Juggernauts? The Redeemer down below half health. He's not going to be feeling good about fighting any longer, and Senna stealing away the Tiberium field of Dimitri, blasting through the fresh reinforcements right out of the war factory, and Dimitri's front line falls to pieces as Senna needs to save the Marv. He did push forward without much support, but there also just isn't a lot of DPS on the Black Hand side of the map, and I think this engineer has gone a little bit too far forward. He got rallied right past the husks of the Juggernauts and right past the Marv as well. So that engineer ends up dying, although I think he was supposed to go for those Juggernauts. And the GG gets called as Dimitri falls apart here on Tournament Airstrip, not quite able to make it happen versus Senna, who evens up the score 1-1. And that brings us to the central EMP control center of Tournament Odyssey. You know, if you don't love it, too bad. We're going to be seeing this map quite a lot. It's a player favorite and a fan favorite for a reason. In the north, playing the yellow, evening things up, this is Senna. Sticks with the GDI, and that was some classic GDI as well. The Pit Bulls into the mid-game with a little bit of air, some Predator tanks, and then into the Juggernauts. Although we didn't see any Sonic emitters, it was the Juggernauts and the Marv. Classic GDI. Meanwhile, on the south side, playing purple, sticking with the Black Hand, it's Dimitri. Coming through in one game that we didn't get to see, but then faltering a little bit in the game that we did get to see, ultimately not able to have an answer to that late game GDI. Doing fine throughout the mid game, little bit of harassment, you know, some attempts at it, but no real damage done. However, he was doing all of the typical Black Hand things. Tried a little bit of a flame tank around the edge of the map, ends up not really getting anything for it. Tries some bike buggy, ends up getting a harvester, one clicks a refinery, all of the basic Black Hand stuff, but never really got that damage done. As Black Hand, you really want to be hitting your opponent with something and actually getting some critical kills, whether that's harvesters or you burn down a couple of structures, something like that. You catch the Marv at the right time and you just smash it with cheap rocket squads. You want to be doing one of those things as Black Hand, and unfortunately for Dimitri, he wasn't able to do it. Senna's defense was just a little bit too good in that last game. But all things become new, and well, when you are evening up the score 1-1, it is a little bit like a reset. We, of course, don't have the early maps, so perhaps your early map choices get disappeared. But both players are 2 games away from victory now, and both players have had a bit of a feel for each other. I'm not sure how much these players play each other in regular life, how much in just playing games online they verse each other. They definitely will be familiar with each other, so this won't be a match of strangers by any means. This is quite a spread of the base here from Senna. He is stretching out a little bit towards that third base location, and the defensive tower being preemptively attacked by Dimitri, even to the detriment of a couple of his bikes. Another bike could be going down here to the rockets of the pit bulls. There it goes. And, well, the bikes trade back one pit bull, but they don't end up getting that defensive tower, and it looks like Senna is going to be going for the expansion out here on the left side as well. So Senna, he stops the defensive tower from being killed, but it's so low health. Oh, he actually is going to take it. I was going to say, I'm not sure that he's actually going to take it over. But there you go. He can repair it up if he wants. Dimitri gets the defensive tower on the other side of the map. And this is a nice little mirror of each other. They really are mirroring each other quite well, considering that it is Black Hand versus GDI. Second refineries, very, very spread out on this field from the GDI player. The natural expansion refineries are not quite 180 degrees from each other, but they are pretty darn far away. In a lot of ways, it feels very similar to the tournament airstrip game. We haven't had the secret shrine upgrades just yet. It looks like they will be beginning now. Black disciples being added into the mix always makes your units that much more effective and that much harder to kill as well. Dimitri might just go for the safe kill on the Tib Spike. Does he actually want to try and commit into an attack on the main base? I don't know that that's going to do too much. Pitbulls, on the other hand, from Senna, they're going to find a completely empty main base. No watchtowers, no defenses of any kind, so that's going to be one dead Harvester. And the Pitbulls and the APCs having an easy time harassing the main of Dimitri. Bikes show up, they will be able to get 1, 2 APCs. There's the mine drop. The second APC hasn't actually fallen yet, and there it goes. So trading a Harvester for a couple of APCs. Dimitri, he's got those fast reactionary forces, but he's not quite as quick as Senna. Third base up and running for both players. They've got those Harvesters working away, but the Harvester goes down in the main base to make up for it. Senna leading 10 Harvesters to 9. 66,000 total resources gathered to 57. A nice little advantage for Senna. But of course, Black Hand can change that pretty darn quickly. They're a faction with a lot of burst damage if they can close the distance. And of course, the rockets will close the distance if you let them. This is a lot of APCs, so sniper teams are they're going to shred this infantry army. The top of the hill is a death trap, and even with the hammerheads and the APCs spreading out across the map, the trade will favor Senna as he guns down rat-a-tat-tat every single one of the rocket squads. The hammerheads foolishly sent across the map a little bit too early and a little bit too far ahead of the rest of the army. One small cohort caught behind enemy lines. They were out in the open, and then it turned out they were not in friendly territory anymore. Mass APC rolling into the natural expansion. It feels like Dimitri should have a little bit more to deal with this. This is just so many APCs from Senna. He's not going to kill buildings very fast, but he will trade well against the infantry forces, and I guess he is keeping Dimitri on Dimitri's side of the map. Is he just going to trade unit for unit? And I mean, this is obviously not a base killing force by any means. That's a Harvester very low on health because of the mine drop, and maybe even a couple of bikes eating up some of the mines too. We're not sure if this is the long-term plan, but Senna is buying so much time harassment free on his side of the map. Dimitri dealing with this mass APC army. It's kind of just an even trade. All of these APCs gunning down a bunch of bikes, gunning down a bunch of rocket squads, killing a Harvester as well. Maybe they got a second Harvester. One Harvester is fairly low on health, but he will survive for now. And Senna is now 11 Harvesters versus the 9 of Dimitri. But Senna also has only one field, so I'm not sure how many of those Harvesters he actually needs, since the other two fields are depleted. bikes showing up to the third base. The defense is here for Dimitri, and another little pocket of rockets goes down. These APCs will not stop. They're always looking for another target, and it's been a cover for the Marv, which is now making its way forward. One single rail gun inside of that Marv. That's all Senna needs to make this attack happen, and the APC is going to be putting some damage into those harvesters. Back off down the hill goes the GDI army. They decide, actually, we don't want to fight at the third base of Dimitri. We don't want the Black Hand to make us fight. Rocket for rocket. Orca Strike comes in, catches a couple of harvesters there, and the APCs, you would think that they were dead, but they're still alive and kicking. They're going to get another bike, and it looks like another harvester has gone down as well. Down to 8 harvesters is Dimitri, which still is enough to be saturated between the bases, but losing those harvesters that you paid for, slowing it down that TIB collection this late in the game is never what you want. More APCs coming out from Senna on the other side of the map, and is finally caught up. His infantry units have finally caught up with his Marv, so it's double railgun, double engineer, no EMPs to lock down this Marv, no Raider buggies, and so the Marv will just walk away from the infantry. 2 APCs will pay the price of the reverse move turnaround. Well, okay, 2 more will just walk right into a massive wall of rockets, and then they get sent into the dirt. And that may look like a commando, but he is not, and he will die alone out in the open. Shockwave artillery lands, but it doesn't get most of the infantry. The split is good enough. The RNG not good enough. And the APCs, they don't have sniper teams, but they do have a Marv to absorb a lot of damage. The bikes swing in from the backside, but there's a zone trooper squad watching the back of the APCs, and it will be the buggies who gun them down. Sniper teams are too late to the party. They're barely even needed, but there's enough rockets to finish off the APCs that remain. It'll be up to the reinforcements from both sides, because this Marv doesn't want to walk up the hill alone. He's not sure what's inside that Black Hand base. And the sniper teams, they're actually kind of in close quarters with these Black Hand squads. Radio Buggy's going to be rolling forward, targeting down the sniper teams, trying to save as many rockets as they can. More APCs roll up to the fight, and the Marv is low on health, backing off away from the front line. It's going to be mass APC swinging in from the left side. Dimitri falling apart in the second wave of the attack. The reinforcements save the day, and it'll be the cavalry up the hill that wins it for Senna. 2-1 for the GDI player, and he may have started off the series slow, but he is amping it up, and he's accelerating the pace into game number 4. Match point for Senna. And it's the GDI Gardens, but it's Nod who's looking to dominate here, because Senna is up 2-1. And that, of course, means that Dimitri is on his last chance. He has to win the next 2 games in a row to be able to advance into the next round and into the qualifying match for the first seed of Group C. Who will take home the spot as the first seed of Group C, the guaranteed top 8 placement, and the guaranteed prize money here in Chrono Clash II? Well, you gotta win this game first, and if you're Dimitri, you gotta win the next one as well. Senna bouncing back after that first game loss. Not sure if Senna is the type to tilt, but in this case, he seems well resolved, choosing GDI every single time, at least in the games we've seen. Maybe he played something else in that first game, but it's been rock solid standard GDI ever since. Nothing too tricky coming out from the Black Hand player either. And in this case, even if he is going for something tricky, this is a perfectly timed scout, so Senna would have seen that something was amiss. That 1 minute 45 second scout timing, right around where you want to be, somewhere around the 90-second mark, is a perfect confirmation of the second refinery and all of the timings. If they are going for something funny, you will see it by that point. And of course, in this tournament. We have seen a couple of fake naturals where players open double refinery. They might even open 4 or 5 harvesters very normally. They move their MCV towards the natural expansion, and then they drop the aggression. So it's a little bit slower, it's a little bit more powerful because you've got more of an economy behind it, and it's a little bit of a delayed rush. It's not some kind of 2.5-minute game. It's not some kind of fast as possible cheese, but that could be exactly what we're seeing here. Okay, MCV moves, and he is heading towards the natural. So that was just I want to get out this second war factory quick, and I don't care about getting my MCV to its final natural expansion resting position immediately. Senna, on the other hand, he looks much more poised to go for refinery first at the natural expansion. The difference is macro versus production. You got economy focus versus production focus. I guess that's 2 different kinds of macro is really what I meant to say. But in this case, it's bikes diving on the first harv. There were a couple of pit bulls here ready and waiting for them. So this attack was suspected by Senna, but it'll still be 1 dead harv and another one taking some fire. The rockets slam in, but he's not in the dirt yet. As the war factory comes in, it's the bikes that are going down. It's the watchtowers that are getting the shots, and the pit bulls will finish off the buggy as well. The attack gets pushed back. It's 6 harvesters to 6. Even though Senna lost 1, he's already replaced it. It's 7 harvesters to 7. Even as Dimitri gets his additional, Senna is matching him. Everything turns out okay for Senna, who's going mass pitbull as the follow-up. The damage has been done, but it wasn't the big swing that Dimitri was hoping for. If you smash both of the harvesters, or if you smash 1 harvester and lose less bikes, you preserve a lot more options. But in this case, it's going to be the counterattack, and maybe Senna overcommits here with the pit bulls. Maybe he sends in too many back home. He's got 8 harvesters out on the field, so if he kills 1 or not, he's still going to be in a comfortable spot. But this is a lot of pit bulls going down one after the other, and they're not always trading back with the bikes and the buggies. Another pit bull going down. The army count for Senna being pretty much constantly reinforced. As the pit bulls are dying, another pit bull seems to show up, crossing the map from the double war factory on the GDI side. More pit bulls rolling up, more pit bulls going down. It is almost a perfect exchange to keep the number about 5 pit bulls for Senna. And that was an extended fight, and it didn't really answer any question for either player. A lot of trading back and forth, and in the end, the unit counts are about the same between them, and Senna has been caught up on that harvester count. Dimitri evens it out, 8 harvesters apiece, and now a 3rd war factory for Dimitri. So you always got to wonder, what is the step after the 2nd war factory and after your expansion is fully saturated with harvesters? It's tech for most players, but it's a 3rd war factory for Dimitri, so it's going to be pure bike buggy. He doesn't care about an operations center. He doesn't care about tier 3 for the moment, although he would be crazy if he didn't get an operations center relatively soon. But Tip Core would also be really fantastic, but that's, it's tier 3. That's a little bit further away. Mortars, the upgrade of the day, perhaps, for a pit bull heavy army like Senna's. They do give you that extra damage boost, especially if you swing back into your opponent's base and go for some buildings. A good mortar volley or 2 can level buildings for the GDI player. Reclamator Hub out here for Senna. Is this where the revenge actually happens? The harvester softened up from earlier. I don't think he ever actually got repairs, but unfortunately for Dimitri, he targets a different harvester, and it's a lot of dead bikes in the ground. Pit bulls giving chase. Senna committing into the middle of the map. Now that he's got mortars, he might be feeling a little bit more confident to close the distance on his opponent's base. It's a refinery at the 3rd base. It's a faster, bigger economy for Dimitri in the current moment, and Senna going to continue to trade with the pit bulls here in the middle. Tibcore would be fantastic. I believe the Reclamator Hub was spotted. double barracks and then sells one of them off. I believe the Reclamator hub was spotted by Dimitri, so even though he doesn't know the exact timing, although there's the voice cue, he will know that the Marv is on the way, so he knows he's going to need an answer for that. Maybe, and there's the scan from Senna, he's like, oh, shoot, Dimitri went super aggressive and also got a third base behind it. Attack as a defense for getting a third. And this is 7.5 minutes in. A Black Hand player doesn't have Black Disciples, a critical upgrade, and it hasn't even been started, which is a little bit crazy considering the pace of the other games. Who needs an expansion? Who needs harvesters and refineries when you have a Marv and the engineers need to jump inside of it? Okay, yeah, the Marv does reverse over to give that engineer a shot to jump inside, and now the Marv is all settled with its 2 engineers and its 2 rail guns inside of it. Attack bikes head up the ramp into the main base, and then they realize that is not a friendly place to be. That is not an undefended main base that we can just blast with our rockets and have an easy time killing some buildings. Do we have tier 3? I am a little concerned. No EMP coils, no tib core missiles for this Black Hand player. Black Disciples should be finishing up soon. It still hasn't actually come online. Rocket's getting a lot of free shots off against these pit bulls. 4 or 5 pit bulls going down in the exchange there. And for the current moment, it's the Marv Harvesting Club on the left side of the map. 1 harvester at this third base. Senna does have 8, so he can transfer lots of them over. And as the Tiberium dries up around the map, the harvester counts really don't need to be that high to maintain what income you can. Rockets crossing down for the defense of the main base. Dimitri splitting his army in half. It's going to be mass rockets at the main base, and that's an army that you can kind of forget about when you've got this many rockets in the north as well. The bike buggy also joining the fight in the north. The Rockets, no AP ammo. Talk about forgetting the upgrades. Okay, all right. It finishes just in time there. This is a classic for forgetting upgrades, apparently, because it was 9.5 minutes before AP ammo finished up, something that normally comes in a lot earlier in the game. Senna forgetting that. Black Disciples getting skipped by Dimitri. A classic game of just missing those key and critical upgrades for both players. Marv trying to cross the map, but this is a slow-moving GDI army trying to respond to a Black Hand force that is just looking to create chaos in every quadrant of the garden. APCs getting split up. These rockets are actually just tearing apart the APCs because they're not attacking in force. It's a massive split of the forces. Decoy army absorbing so many shots from these APCs, distracting the army, and that's a lot of rockets. That's a lot of flames closing in on the MCV. Senna's gonna have to make his stand, and he's gonna have to make it count because he's losing his main base. His natural is exposed, and his third base isn't much to write home about. It's the push of the rockets. It's the man spam tradition. Black Hand will reign supreme with just a couple of guys and a couple of rocket launchers. The MCV will burn, and the Marv is showing its side armor to the rockets. It's 1 or 2 volleys, and that's a dead super tank from the GDI. Senna comes through clutch in a couple of games in a row, but here in game 4, it's coming up Dimitri with the mass rocket as the follow-up for the late game answer to the GDI super tank, and it'll be a fire sale from Senna. It'll be a tap out from the GDI, and Dimitri will send us to the ace match. We're getting a game 5 late in the series here, but we are getting a game number 5. It's high noon, and we're in the desert for the final shootout of this series. Switching to GDI and fighting for his life, this is Dimitri. Sticking with GDI and also fighting for his life, this is Senna. At the end of all things, it will be a GDI victory one way or the other. You may not have seen a lot of them in the first couple of videos, but they're here and they're here to stay. Senna has been a GDI specialist in this series. Lots of macro-oriented late-game sort of stuff. And Dimitri has also been late-game oriented, but from the black hand side of things. And now we are going for, I guess, full-on pitbull spam. We'll see which variant of GDI these two guys want to play today, but I'm expecting to see about 8,000 pitbulls built in the next 10 minutes. And it's yellow versus purple, so at least the Civil War is bringing us some stark color contrast between these two players. It's not like blue versus purple mod or anything like that, especially before Masterleaf fixed the colors. The nightmare of a scenario that was. But no, GDI versus GDI. And for now, it's very standard GDI as well, which means we could be looking at just walls of juggernauts firing at each other in about 10 minutes as well. Both players headed towards their natural expansion, and of course this is the upper bracket. This is round 2 of the upper bracket, so one of these players will go on to a qualifying match, a shot at being the first seed in Group A. And the other player will have to fight their way through the lower bracket. They will not be out of the event just yet, but instead they will just have to fight a longer road for the opportunity to be the second seed out of Group C. Dimitri, nice spread of scouts on both the left and the right side of the map. Fresh Rifleman squad going for the confirmation scout as the natural expansions are in view for both players. It's going to be a pitbull heading up to the north side for Senna. He's going to be happy to get the confirmation, and he's going to see, okay, everything is looking normal. It's 2 harvesters at the natural. It's 1 refinery. You couldn't ask for a better combination with that pitbull scouting it out just in time. Rockets coming up for Dimitri. A couple of APCs as well. So that's the real thing that Senna would like to confirm, is the attack timing that is coming out from Dimitri. Rockets, no APCs from Senna. They heard it was a mirror matchup, and they wanted to make sure that it was as mirrored as it could be. Although it is going to be Preds instead of the APCs. Senna, he's got the pitbulls roaming around the map, and Dimitri, on the other hand, has the scout in the middle, keeping an eye on the blue Tiberium, so whenever someone goes for that, he will know about it. No tech up just yet. A classic GDI option for a mid-game switch-up is the double airfield, but I feel like neither one of these players would be so bold as to go for a double airfield here in Game 5. I don't think either one of these players has telegraphed that they want to do anything that crazy on a Game 5. Command post is up. There is 1 airfield and a second airfield as well, but this is on both sides of the map. It would be even better if they both went for a double airfield at this stage of the game. And it's going to be a double airfield from Senna, but I don't think he's going to be going too crazy with the air. It's actually double airfield from both players. I didn't think that they would both commit into this. I was expecting it to be just pure pitbull spam for the first 10 minutes or so, but they both actually hit the brakes on the pitbulls to some degree. There are still a decent amount of pitbulls roaming around the map, but they have hit the brakes on them, and then I thought we were just going to see maybe some later game aircraft, but a move towards juggernauts instead of this double airfield play. Actually, I can't believe that they both went for the same double airfield, and it is going to be AP ammo finished up on both sides of the map as well. Hammerheads showing up for both sides, realizing that they are doing the exact same thing as the APCs and the pitbulls. Going to be going toe-to-toe with the Predator tanks. It's going to be an easy pushback for Senna and Dimitri. They both realize that they don't really want to take that fight just in the current moment. AA battery comes up. One harvester is dead. Hammerheads are going to try and chase the other harvester out and away from the natural expansion, try and pick up some damage somewhere else on the map. But of course, another AA battery gets deployed, and the damage spread is good enough that 3 low health Hammerheads wing their way out of that field. Any rockets inside? Nope. These Hammerheads are just going to pass each other as Firehawks make a pass from Senna. He manages to find a couple of kills on the Dimitri Hammerheads, swinging through the middle of the map. Pitbull's a little bit too slow to the fight to actually be of any use, and it's going to be a right side expansion for Dimitri. He's got his refinery up and cranking at the third base. MCV out and exposed. Pitbull's on the wrong side of the map, and Dimitri, he's going to be able to swing through with a couple of Hammerheads, but he's also getting blasted by Senna. Firehawks coming in armed with anti-air payloads, and it will be an AA battery getting deployed. It will find one Firehawk for free. Firehawk chases off those Hammerheads, and he will get one confirmed kill before heading back home. It's an attack at the natural. It's an attack at the third. Both players trade a bit of damage at their additional expansions and don't find as much success as they would like. The refinery goes down, but the rockets show up, and Senna, he's got Predator tanks that are getting put in the dirt. Another volley of rockets will finish off the APC, and it's just 2 Preds left standing. Hammerheads show up, though. Hammerheads may almost save this Predator tank at the last possible second. He gets blocked by all of those Hammerheads. Senna managing to pull out an almost victory on the right side, but in the end, Dimitri will push back those tanks, and now we're finally starting to see that late game GDI power that we were expecting. It's just we took a slight detour into double airfield territory first for both of these players. Dimitri has now sold off both of his airfields. He's decided he doesn't want to continue on that airfield fight. Meanwhile, Senna, who had the win with the Firehawks, has kept both of his airfields. And now it's going to be the long, slow push of the Marv. No railguns for the GDI just yet. Perhaps Shockwave Artillery can help lock down this Marv. He pushes forward, and it's going to be one EMP grenade landing on the Marv, locking it down, and the Juggernaut's free firing on the other side. Mammoth Tank gets locked down as well, but there just aren't a lot of rockets to kill these targets quickly. Second Engineer is going to try and make his way up, gets sniped by the rifles, and it's going to be reinforcements coming in for Dimitri, but it's just a couple of rockets and just a couple of rifle. It's not a lot of damage output from the purple GDI. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, a couple of APCs committing into the attack towards Dimitri's main base. The Marv may not be taking a lot of damage quickly, but he is going to go down as the EMP locks him in place for one last volley, and that's a dead Marv on the side of Senna as Dimitri pushes forward. Heroic rockets on the front line, and he keeps back the super tank, he keeps back the Juggernauts, and he does it all with just cheap rockets and riflemen. The upgraded EMP grenades being the heroes of this fight. Dimitri may not have an impressive army, but he still wins the defense against Senna's onslaught, and Senna, getting pushed back, has his MCV over at the third base. He is going to still have a solid footing to make his way into the last part of this game. We're going to be crossing the 10-minute mark, but we did not get here in the way that I was expecting. Finally, Dimitri going to be clearing out the middle of the map, takes the blue Tiberium for himself. He's got lots of rockets here. He's got compo armor, and he is stealing that blue Tiberium without much of a threat. Second refinery comes up at the third base for Dimitri. Senna reforming his front line. Firehawks crossing the map. Senna kept the Juggernauts alive, so as we continue the game, he can continue to slowly build up that artillery force. Although he seems to have just kept those 2 Juggernauts and not built any more. I'm not sure what he hopes to accomplish with just these 2 Juggernauts, a couple of APCs. Okay, he does at least have 5 Hammerheads waiting in the wings. Orca Strike gets vision, and Senna will confirm the unit comp and the refinery placement. Hammerheads come in. Firehawk's first volley gets launched, and the Hammerhead's going to be coming in, but it's going to be the Harvesters here to support the assault as well, going for the crush on the rockets, and the AA batteries will clear out the Hammerheads, but every single rocket has pretty much gone down. The main defense for Dimitri was those rockets, and they've finally been cleared out. They held the line once, but they won't hold it a second time. Juggernaut's not able to close the distance, and that's good. They need to keep their distance from these rockets. Senna, his APCs, never able to get close, and now finally Dimitri has something other than rockets to push forward here, as he's going to swarm against these jugs, and this might be the end of the assault for Senna. Dimitri finds the angle to move in, but it's Mass Hammerhead from the left side, shredding through the infantry, and the heroics may be good, but they're not good enough to just win without the fight. Dimitri, I thought that was a Marv coming out right at the perfect timing for Senna. Dimitri pushes the attack back a second time. So many rockets on the front line for the GDI, and Senna losing way more than was expected. He has chewed through pretty much his entire third base. 130,000 total resources gathered on both sides of the map. But it all comes down to mass APC. It worked for Senna versus Blackhand, and he's hoping that it's going to work for him yet again here versus Dimitri playing GDI. The mass APC. Maybe that is just the way to go. And the Elite Strike Force, they come in to snipe just the heroic rocket. Senna finds the one kill that he thinks matters most. Orca Strike comes in, tags the barracks, a little bit of damage there. A couple of pit bulls on the left side. MCV in the middle of the map for Senna. And Dimitri stopped the assault. He brought his MCV to the front line, and then he stopped the assault, and he just ground to a halt. So Senna has been double pumping APCs with his 3.5 grand in the bank. Senna doesn't have any defense on the left side of the map. It's going to be a Harvester massacre as Dimitri's pit bulls find 3 undefended Harvesters, and it will be a watchtower coming in eventually. The last rocket doesn't land. Dimitri actually only gets 1 Harvester. We'll trade out against the Hammerheads, 1 Hammerhead down, and a second very low on health. Okay, so Dimitri actually just completely backs up. He abandons the front line. It is now double Juggernaut production from Senna. So after he goes mass APC, he actually follows it up with mass Juggernaut as well. And Dimitri decides that he's going to pull his entire army over to the left side of the map. Scan comes in. Dimitri's main field has regrown quite a bit. Another Hammerhead going down, trading out with a couple of rockets and riflemen. APCs, watchtowers in the middle of the map. Both players kind of repositioning their armies. Dimitri finding an angle over here on the left side of the map. It's only a couple of watchtowers here, but the reinforcements are streaming across the map, and there's going to be the shockwave artillery breaking up the formation, and Dimitri finds disaster on the left side. The reinforcements swing in to sweep up the debris, and it is a bunch of dead GDI from the north as Dimitri gets massacred, and the APCs roll in over top of the army. It all falls apart here at the 15-minute mark for Dimitri, and he thought he could swing around to the right side of the map, but it turns out mass APC. It's good versus Blackhand. It's good versus GDI, and Senna takes a big step towards victory, but Dimitri isn't giving up. The Juggernauts from either side completely negated in that last fight. They were too slow to actually join the battle. And Senna, who I think has the better Juggernaut numbers, it just doesn't matter when the faster moving armies leave them behind and they don't get to participate. Dimitri pulls his forces back over to the right side. Railguns on the side of Dimitri. This is going to leave his main and his natural completely exposed. Senna, a decent amount of regrowth at the natural expansion. He's harvesting that up quite quickly. And this base is now completely exposed. Dimitri realizes that he pulled his army away, but he didn't realize that Senna was sending a second wave of the attack in, and there's 4 Juggernauts here as well, so they can chew through buildings extremely quickly. They may not even need the Juggernauts with how many APCs and riflemen are here. Dimitri is just gonna throw everything that he's got at the front door of Senna. This is 6 Juggernauts and a Marv coming out just in time. We got there eventually. The Marv joins the fight as the scan comes in, and the Hammerhead goes for the scout as well. The engineers inside of that Marv, and it's the mass APC army just shredding the natural expansion of Dimitri. Senna has now forced Dimitri into a pocket. The entire map feels like it belongs to Senna, and Dimitri has his one little area that he's not allowed to leave. An Orca Strike coming in for Senna, a great way to confirm what you want to see on the other side of the map. You get the scout pretty much all across the map with the Orca Strike. And okay, a couple of APCs going to be going down here. They have more than paid for themselves as the Mammoth tanks do get spotted coming out of the War Factory there. Senna pulls back. He's even going to save some of those APCs as Dimitri doesn't want to commit into the attack all the way into the far reaches of the north. Firehawks bomb out a power plant. It's low power mode once again for Dimitri. Senna closing out seemingly every opportunity that Dimitri might have to try and come back in this game. He's getting surrounded. The blue Tiberium is getting cut off. The upgraded power plants are getting sniped. The Hammerheads are always under threat from the Firehawks, who can switch over to that anti-air payload. And Dimitri versus Senna, it was some fast and furious games by comparison to this one in game number 5. Dimitri with a huge advantage at one moment, Senna with a huge advantage at other moments, and now with just mass artillery on the Senna side, Dimitri is going to need the perfect angle of engagement. And while the economy was close for the first 130,000 resources, the next 130 have been in Senna's favor. 200k versus 175k for Dimitri, and it's going to be APCs pulling back from the front line, and that's going to send the signal for Senna to attack. The Juggernauts are out in the middle of the base, and instead Senna is going to roll up. This is a split Dimitri force. The War Factory gets targeted. The Mammoth tanks rolling in from the north, but the GG comes out, and Dimitri won't even fight it out. Senna dominates the end of game number 5, and the massive economy swings him into the qualification match for Group C. It's qualification time as one of these players will be moving on to the round of 8, and one of them will be dropping down to the lower bracket. On the left side, playing GDI, this is Senna. On the right side of Badlands Hills, this is Masterleaf. Playing Black Hand, rolling the dice. What kind of Black Hand play are we going to get today from Masterleaf? Anything could happen. Anything is possible here in the Badlands. And Masterleaf, well, he's known for that unorthodox play, and sometimes he falls down with some of the more normal parts of the game. And in that last series with Senna, I feel like we saw the very strong, standard, normal parts of the game from Senna. He is looking good and looking in shape here in Chrono Clash 2. So the question is, Will the weirdness of Masterleaf be able to make up for some of the shortcomings in the normal stages of the game? Will Senna fall prey to these goofy builds from Masterleaf, these aggressive plays? There's the next operations center. The second Black Hand Squad has made its way in there. And Senna is going to suspect something like this, but not necessarily know that it's happening. He may suspect that there isn't a second refinery here, but he won't realize the details of it until just a few moments from now. I think he has actually spotted that there is no second refinery. He's knowing that this is a weird timing. And yeah, look at this cluster of buildings. A barracks kept along, a power plant here to potentially block off, and there's a Guardian Cannon as well. You keep the barracks so that you can build the Guardian Cannon. The refinery is going to get burned down, and that's a Reckoner with enough health to get one building, but maybe not two. There's the Black Hand Squad's going to be ejecting out, running for the hills, while the second Black Hand Squad stays in the Reckoner and tries to flame down that Guardian Cannon. Up to the high ground they go, and they both have actually escaped, and they're going to get the burn down on at least one of those structures. The Rifleman Squad not having a good time inside of that Civ structure. One refinery down, but the Harvesters aren't hurt. Senna at 4 Harvesters versus the 6 Harvs of Masterleaf. So now it's going to be 5 for Senna. But Senna managed to hold that off with minimal losses, but he had to cut Harvester production early on to do it. So his first 3 minutes are slower than it would have been if he wasn't defending against that rush. All in all, it seems like it came out all right for Masterleaf. Not a massive win, not a loss either. Both players sitting at 21k total resources gathered, and their income per minute couldn't be closer, as they are almost in perfect lockstep with each other. 7 Harvesters versus 6 natural expansions coming along as well, but Masterleaf is about to have that edge. The crane we saw moments ago, the double refinery on the natural, so much faster than the refineries of Senna. Another Black Hand Squad looking around the map. One of these guys from this high ground location ejected out of the building and went down on a walkabout to try and flame down another structure of the GDI. Masterleaf bringing the aggression very early on here, and now continuing with a little bit of a bike attack at the main base. He's actually just going to be going for the tib spike, maybe a little bit of damage there. There's the scan from Senna. He sees the 3rd refinery at the natural, and he knows that he is in trouble economically if he doesn't do something to even the score, do something to match the power of Masterleaf. It's 11 Harvesters versus 8. The income, once in lockstep, is going to explode out for Masterleaf. Killing a tib spike as well. It's not the biggest swing in income, but it adds up over time. Second refinery finally online at the natural expansion for Senna. He's up to 9 Harvesters as well, but he's not getting the blue Tiberium. Masterleaf, a triple load of blue Tiberium. He is going to have just so much money to burn. We saw in the previous series, Senna manages to do some amazing things with AP ammo and APCs. AP ammo finishes up right there. The APCs are coming out in numbers, and the hammerheads can be produced as well. Orca Strike tags the rockets on the front line. No Black Disciples, no lasers upgraded just yet. Well, okay, Black Disciples are now here, and the APCs have been spotted. Masterleaf is cleaned out the middle of the map. No blue Tiberium left, and this must be a multi-MCV play for Masterleaf. Maybe it's not. He might actually be rocking just that. Okay, there it is, multi-MCV. It is what we suspected, and the Catalyst missile could also be online. We saw the chemical plant come up a few moments ago, which means that we're up to tier 3. Obelisks can be produced, but for the current moment, it's going to be the Shredder turrets with the charged particle beams and the SAM sites cheaper to produce, with now the quad turret upgrade making an appearance as well. The APCs commit into the attack. They're at the natural expansion, but it is all going wrong because it's mass base defenses to just burn down these units. It's not even really a war of attrition. It's also a seed Tiberium on top of the army as well, just to say, I don't care about this attack you're throwing my way. 18k per minute for Masterleaf as the last Predator tank explodes in this attack. Senna strikes out onto the map, and Senna gets pushed back. No easy win for Senna so far, but he is powered up on GDI. 15k per minute is nothing to sneeze at. He's got both of his refineries online, and Masterleaf hasn't clicked one yet. I'm actually surprised he didn't launch a catalyst missile while that attack was going on. He has the cash ready for it, but it might be coming with this next wave. The attack bikes have their Tib core missiles, and this is going to be one dead harvester. There it is. Sells off the refinery in time. He gets the full cash back for it. Harvesters going down, hammerheads going down, but so are bikes and buggies. Masterleaf, crucially, locking down pretty much every single upgrade that he can. He's got all 3 upgrades from the tech lab, and there's another scan from Senna. He sees the black hand on the front line, but he doesn't see refineries on the front line. Masterleaf is about halfway through his natural expansion, but keep in mind, shockwave artillery coming in. It's used on the infantry. I don't know if he realizes that the Redeemer is out on the map, that he does have bigger problems to worry about than just some infantry on the front line, but he wants to Marvis this field, and clearing out the infantry is the first step. Tib core missiles are going to help these SAM sites deal with any hammerheads, and another SAM site gets deployed. That's a dead hammerhead, but the Juggernauts haven't been touched. EMP coils has already been purchased for the Raider buggies, so a couple of them swinging over here could lock down the Marv. Nothing moves yet on the side of Masterleaf. Quad watchtower keeping the front door safe so that Senna can focus on this attack over here at this base. Triple sniper team getting dropped off. These guys already have the veteran status. The reinforcements being called in will help Senna deal with the man spam, and orbital bombardment is going to light up the front line as well. Spectre artillery lands the first shot, and the Marv pauses to just absorb some of the damage. The rocket squads need to be cleared out, and the Marv is body blocking for the sniper teams to thin the herd. Masterleaf is okay with burning some units here, but as long as the reinforcements come through, he will be fine. MCV packed up and moving. Sniper team gets tagged by the Spectre. None of the shots have landed on the MCV. That could have been massive damage to the MCV in its low health packed up mode. Instead, the Juggernauts are going to be firing away at those Black Hand squads. Meanwhile, the Spectres are firing away at the Juggernauts. It's a trade, but the artillery is not fighting one for one. There's going to be the Redeemer locking down. The EMP coils lock down 4 of the Juggernauts as the shots land, and the 4 goes down to 3. The 3 reduces down to 1 as more and more Juggernauts get eliminated. Juggernauts are powerful units, but not when they get shut down by the EMP, not when they get blasted by the Spectres, and Masterleaf feels like he has infinite cash to burn. He doesn't actually have infinite cash to burn, but as the Spectres line up their shots, Senna feels like he's going to run out of money long before Masterleaf does. If he can get that Marv forward, if he can manage to hoover up some of this Tiberium, then he can take out more of Masterleaf's income. The Juggernauts saving themselves for now. I think one of them just got recovered via the engineer and will be back online. Masterleaf pushing forward. Rocket squads trying to close in with the Marv. No more EMPs after that first round landed. No more EMPs had come forward. but this is the last stand of Senna. Fresh War Factory gets deployed, and the Juggernauts slowly turning their guns to fire upon each other. The Spectre Artillery get a couple of volleys in while the confusion reigns, and now only 3 Juggernauts remain as the infantry close in the distance, and Senna just doesn't have the numbers. The Obelisk gets deployed, and it doesn't actually do anything, but that just doesn't matter as the Harvesters are brought to the front line, and Masterleaf is throwing absolutely everything that he's got at this attack. The MCV gets burned down as the Orca Strike comes in. The airfield gets demolished, and the engineers are too late to the party. The husks have already been cleaned up. It's a clean sweep in game number 1 as Masterleaf shoves an infinite number of Black Hand squads right through the gap in the Badlands. As the Marv retreats further and further away, Senna has less and less cash under his control, and there's going to be the decoy army just to absorb some of the watchtower fire. 1 APC heads to the front line, and Senna is not giving up. He's going to fight it out to the bitter end. Even this defensive tower coming online as these engineers hope to find some kind of an angle back into this game. The War Factory goes down, as does Senna in game number 1. Masterleaf manages to get the win. It was the control from the early game into the economic domination in the mid-game with a crane and an explosion of refineries and harvesters. Masterleaf had control of that game, but Senna is no slouch. He's going to be ready to hit back in game number 2. It's Rift time, and also it's Traveler 59 time. The aggressive plays worked out in game number 1. Will they work out in game number 2? Playing the orange, this is Masterleaf. And needing to up his defense game, but I think he will see this one coming. This is Senna. Senna down 0-1 in this series, but if he is not expecting this kind of a play from Masterleaf, he definitely is now, because he's spotted it, I think, twice with 2 different rifleman squads. He saw something suspicious, although the first rifleman squad may have only seen a scouting buzzer, so maybe it wasn't that suspicious. Double rifleman, watchtower cell, and then there is going to be the rifleman squad from the barracks cell as well. So a decent number of rifleman squads right out of the gate. This does negate the need for a fast APC from Senna, so he has been able to get out his second harvester a lot quicker than he otherwise would have. Normally, you would go APC first if you suspect this, so then you have maybe 2 APCs out of the War Factory, both of them with rifleman squads. Instead, the adjustment that Senna made was barracks, watchtower, and then I think a couple of more watchtowers, but he produced maybe 2 rifleman squads, sells off the barracks, and then gets the additional squad from there as well. Okay, is this a sell-off power plant? No, he's going to keep the power plant, so that's a real power plant. I don't know if he saw this swing around by these disintegrators. One harvester getting low on health, and he's going to die for it. He gets the kill that counts. Masterleaf finds 1. The Descents managed to escape for the current moment. It is now 3 harvesters versus 2. Masterleaf with the advantage. Buzzers can help clear out the riflemen, and the Descents can sometimes just find an angle to kill off the Tib Spike and then sort of wait around for the rest of the game. After you get that first harvester kill, it's unlikely that you'll be able to swing in and get a second. MCV is packed up. MCV is up close. All right, he deploys in time. He had eyes on those disintegrators, and the Buzzer actually makes it through the defense. He gets 1 squad, but the other 3 squads are ready and waiting. On the Masterleaf side of the map, things seem to be developing slowly but normally as he gets his harvesters online, active and ready. 5 harvesters to the 4 of Senna. Rifleman squad going to get jumped on, but there's not a lot of Descents left, so they will get the win, but just barely. I mean, that is 1 full squad of Descents left. If you add those 2 individual squads together, they make up basically 1 squad. And the Buzzer won't be able to kill off this Rifleman before he gets a couple of more shots that count. And actually, the Rifleman survives, so good target firing there by Senna. Will it actually matter, though? as Masterleaf has stolen a full load of blue Tiberium, and both players have now had a slower start to the game than they would otherwise like. Senna lost the Harvester, had to cut some of his other production to get out enough riflemen to be able to make the defense happen. Masterleaf just dumped, you know, 3 or 4 grand of money into the attack right from the beginning of the game. So both players down from where they would like to be, and both players evening out now as we head towards natural expansions. Things are going to be a bit more normal. Scan comes in from Senna, confirming that he has the command post, and that for Masterleaf tells him that AP ammo is almost certainly on the way. So we have ourselves the critical upgrades starting to come in from the GDI side of things to help deal with this Traveler 59. Whether it's disintegrators, shock troopers, ravagers, cultists, or the Prodigy, having that AP ammo is going to be basically essential. You can rely on sniper teams. They do a pretty good job of Prodigy hunting, but it's also just nice to have that AP ammo as quickly as possible. Third base going to be scouted out here by Masterleaf. He will deploy the outpost, and he will, whenever he's ready, he will be able to start deploying refineries onto that third base location. I'm not sure how quickly he's really going to be putting refineries out, but he's at least got the option now. That was kind of an early outpost from what you would normally think of as the timing for that. There's the confirmation scout from Masterleaf. One single gunwalker sent pretty deep into enemy territory. A couple of hammerheads showing up onto the front line, but they get blasted immediately. The hammerhead was a little bit ahead of the APCs, so the APCs weren't able to tank for that hammerhead. And it's going to be gunwalkers versus APCs, but guess who has the damage upgrades? It's not the gunwalkers. It's the GDI, as Senna manages to shut down that expansion. And when you send out the expansion too early, that's the sort of thing that can happen. This is now enough gunwalkers. They should be able to overwhelm these APCs. A couple of these APCs low on health anyways. And this one random rifleman squad isn't going to make it home. Unfortunate for the GDI families that will be left behind by those brave soldiers defending Earth, but not making it back home. Both players sitting now comfortably on that 2-base economy as the first main bases start to dry up. We've got a Reclamator hub on one side of the map, and we've got Tier 3 on the other side. Late game is the direction, but the third bases will be what really drives us past the 10-minute mark if it doesn't end sooner. Another couple of APCs getting picked off here as Masterleaf finds some stray units that were retreating towards the safety of that Marv. Both players low on cash, and that means Senna is going to have a difficult time of actually getting his epic unit out, but it will be out quite a bit sooner than the Eradicator Hexapod on the other side of the map. The first Juggernaut out onto the field fires a couple of shots and will be awaiting his time to join up with the Marv. Juggernauts and Marv, a classic combination. Perhaps the peanut butter and jelly of late game GDI. Orca Strike, also the peanut butter and jelly of late game GDI. This is such a great way to do a little bit of damage, get a little bit of scouting, confirm what your opponent is and is not doing, and in this case, maybe even do a little bit of damage to Refinery, even though he didn't get the Harvesters. Eradicator Hexapod almost out onto the field. The first tripod steps forward, but he's going to have to run for the hills, as he is also going to be a herald of the coming doom. The expansion idea was nice for Masterleaf, but at the end of all things, it is going to be that he just has to move his MCV the normal, boring, old way, just like Senna did. Hammerheads heading out. Mechapedes are here, and the disc mechas make short work of the Hammerhead. At least the slingshot does survive. At least for the current moment, the slingshot survives. Shock troopers inside of the Eradicator, but 2 spots are empty on that 6-legged boy. Juggernauts, this is a real hodgepodge of GDI here. Rifleman, Slingshot, APC, Shatterer, Marv, and a Juggernaut. A Hammerhead on Overwatch as well. Just keeping an eye on everything. Stasis Chamber is out, so we could have a slow field added into the mix just to... That was a massive shot from that sonic emitter, absolutely chewing through a chunk of that Mechapede. Storm Riders also rolling up to the base, so Masterleaf trying to create some confusion and trying to encourage Senna to stay on his side of the map. Hey, don't move over to my side of the map with your big army, with your Marv, with your Juggernaut. Stay on your side of the map. And the Sonic Emitter gets an amazing shot lined up there, cleans out a huge chunk of those segments, and also damages the head of one of those Mechapedes quite heavily. So that Mechapede is going to have to rebuild a lot of those segments. And that was a decent 2 shots from those sonic emitters. I'm not sure if they'll get any more value beyond that, but that was a decent couple of shots. Prodigy, I assume, is out on the map based on the fact that Masterleaf has sent his Eradicator this far forward. Masterleaf, one of those guys who has, over the years, gotten incredible value with a Prodigy and an Eradicator Hexapod. He used to be an absolute specialist for Traveler 59 back in the day. And this is one thing that Senna's slow GDI army isn't good at doing, is responding to threats in different areas of the map. Mechapede's getting some free damage on to this Harvester. Meanwhile, towards the middle of the map is a massive Skrin army. And this doesn't even include the Eradicator, which is somewhere out on the north side of the map, just walking around slowly, trying to find his place in the world. Masterleaf was threatening the old main base of Senna, but didn't actually move in for the attack. And now Senna's army is just kind of here. So as much as that threat looked like it was about to be some kind of 2-pronged attack, some kind of mix of things, it ended up not really turning into an attack. But 2 Juggernauts go down to the area mind control, and I have to assume this beacon is sniper teams being called in. A little bit late to the party, but they will get there eventually, and it's a wormhole into the back line. It's a tier 3 capture, a tier 2 snipe, as the wormhole in the tripods will find a very late game position, and that's going to be a plasma missile battery as well, just to cause even more chaos and difficulty as Masterleaf sneaks into the back line of Senna, gets the tier 3, gets the tier 2, and now is going to slow field the front line as well. Chaos is the name of the game. If you're Senna, you've got this big, massive army you've been wanting to fight with for 3 or 4 minutes now, and Masterleaf has just been avoiding it, and now he's hamstrung your ability to rebuild and refit this army. Shockwave artillery going to be firing off. Does he actually catch the Eradicator? Orbital bombardment as well. No, the Shockwave artillery was actually on the north side looking for the tripods, not able to find them. Gunwalkers get knocked down. The phase saves the tripods, absorbing so many shots from those Juggernauts. It's all going to rely on the tripods because the Eradicator is out of the fight for the current moment. Devastator warship is here, and Masterleaf has devastated Senna, but Senna still has an army that's out on the field, so you can knock down the tech, you can slow down the rebuild, but if he can still kill you with his army, then that still counts as a win. There's a blink forward of a tripod, locks down the Marv, and the tripod trades his life. There goes the Prodigy, the snipe as the cultists take away one of the Juggernauts, and the Eradicator boxes in the Marv. The super tank is dead, and that's the end of the push for Senna. It's all about these Juggernauts who are alone and afraid. They get the kill that counts, they kill the Eradicator, but there's just nothing left for Senna. It's 40k to 10. It's Masterleaf dominating game number 2. It's Senna fighting until the bitter end, hoping for the miracle comeback. Here comes the Hammerhead. There goes the Overlord's Wrath, crashing down upon the rift. And this one Hammerhead is actually annihilating every single cultist squad. But to what end? The Husks get killed, or the Juggernauts get killed. And these These hammerheads are actually unopposed now. They can't kill the Devastator warships, which can continue to assault the base from afar, but they can kill everything on the ground. The Storm Riders show up, and the tripods get saved. It's going to be an infinite army of engineers, perhaps sent from both sides to capture husk after husk, because these riflemen are the only representative from Senna. He's going to have to try and snipe the engineers to stop them from rebuilding the army cheap and fast for Masterleaf. Juggernaut husks perhaps ready to be reclaimed. The engineer tried to make his way to the Juggernaut, but getting body blocked 5 different times. The hammerheads get cleaned up. The Storm Riders manage to get the kills. And this was a hard-fought game, a back and forth in the trades. But Masterleaf has finally, I assume, done it. It would be an even crazier miracle play from this position if Senna was able to make the comeback happen. But Masterleaf goes up 2-0 in this best of 5. Senna with a huge explosion of army power in the mid game, but was never able to find it. And the tricky Masterleaf has the backdoor play, which resets Senna and stops him from continuing that GDI hammer. He gets 1 strike, and then that was it, and it wasn't enough. And just like that, Masterleaf is up 2-0 versus Senna, who has chosen the Hampstead Gardens to move to. The beautiful blue zone, the verdant green plains will be turned to fire. But not by this man in the north, because he's playing SteelTalons. This is Masterleaf, ready to burn down the world and playing the best faction for it. Switching from GDI to Blackhand, it's Senna. I did not realize that Senna was going to swap away from GDI, but here we are. He has done it. He's gone for Blackhand, and this is a map that we've seen some rushes on. Doesn't always work out, but Senna, after taking some aggressive plays in the first game, or taking some aggressive attacks from Masterleaf in the first 2 games, Senna might be looking to put on the aggression via Blackhand. This is a faction that can specialize in those big mid-game power spikes, and I think Senna has chosen them for a specific reason. But nothing is materializing yet. He's gone double refinery. His harvester count is looking normal. The real indicator, or the next indicator, is whether Harvester 4 comes out at the proper time. And it does. Senna does have his 4th harvester up and running now. So the MCV is making its way to the natural expansion. Things could still turn into a big mid-game attack. But for the current moment, Senna has swapped out Blackhand instead of GDI, and he's playing very much the same. Macro-oriented, big-picture plays, late-game focus. Epic units are almost always a key part of his strategy, and he is not interested in doing some out-of-the-box build that you may not have seen. He's interested in beating you with a thing that you've seen 100 times, and he just does it a little bit better than you. Rifleman gets the win, but there's also 1 Cabal Squad member, so I guess these guys have just decided we're good with it. We are happy to live and let live. I think that one member of the Rifleman squad had his vision cut off by the hill. So even though the squad had been given the attack command, he himself couldn't attack from that position. That's not something you see very often. The truce, the Christmas Day truce between GDI and Nod. But it's not just GDI, it is SteelTalons. So Masterleaf has opted to go for SteelTalons. We'll see if the Titans and the Wolverines can cut down the Blackhand forces, or if Masterleaf will finally take a loss. He's going Crane. Okay, he's done this in 3 3 or 4 of the games that he's played in this tournament, he has gone Crane fairly consistently, way more than anyone else. I think there might be 3 cranes built in the entirety of the tournament, and they're all by Masterleaf. I don't know that anyone else is going to be building a crane more than maybe once, and many players won't even build one single crane over the course of this tournament. Wolverine's getting targeted down. Bike's going to be able to burst down these first couple of units from the SteelTalons War Factory, get a couple of shots off on the MCV as well, delaying it from moving any further. And Senna has gone a full 4 War Factory, or 4 refineries from the beginning of the game. So he's got a healthy 9 harvester count. This is not some kind of cheesy black hand play, some kind of super early game aggression. This is just a fairly normal bike buggy comp for heading into the mid game, and he's just found a couple of early kills with it. MRT doesn't have anything inside of it right from the beginning, so the first burst of rockets knocks down that MRT, and a second MRT gets eliminated. Masterleaf trading terribly here in the first couple of minutes of this game. He's got his natural expansion well established, especially with that crane. That's what you would expect, but without AP ammo, which finishes up just now, he just isn't able to trade well against the bike and buggy of Blackhand. Senna trading out his forces very well for the first couple of minutes, getting some wins in these skirmishes. But this is not a skirmish, it's an all-out war. It's a brawl that's not gonna stop at minute 5. It's about the third base, it's about the late game for these players. And Masterleaf is going for that third base first, but Senna has an army here to contend it. He is going to contest this location, and he is primed for it. Dozer blades on the Scorpions, the bikes leading the charge, the buggies as the follow-up, and it's going to be an empty MCV, no one to defend it, and the Scorpions can just start pounding it, or they can drive past and look for the harvesters. Wolverines going down, Scorpions get the surround on the MRTs, and the bikes come in as well. Senna finds the one click, and he knocks down a refinery. He gets the kill, that counts, and Masterleaf having to power down his harvester. Powers down his refinery and then lets his harvester off the leash immediately, and the refinery just getting slammed, forced to sell off Masterleaf. He's got the mammoth tanks out onto the front line, but he lost a refinery that he paid for that did nothing for him. He paid for it and then immediately sold it off. And the mammoth tanks are here, but the rail guns are not yet. Purifiers out onto the field. Senna not giving up. He may be down 0-2 in this series, but he is still putting it all on the line and taking this fourth game seriously. It's a third game, but he's hoping for a fourth game, as he is not slouching. He is not giving up. And the Purifiers, the Redeemers, this is going to be a powerful late-game Black Hand force. SteelTalons, I would say barreling down the left side of the map, but let's face it, with SteelTalons, it is a heavy plod. It is the deep, distant grind of gears that you hear as the treads of the tanks make their way up the hill, and the Wolverines decide, nah, we don't want to go for it. And it turns out that Masterleaf had a slightly modified version of Hampstead Gardens from testing the R23 patch. So as a result, Senna gets the win because Masterleaf caused the desync and didn't want to regame. 1 point for Senna. Well, if it works, then I guess you just try it all again. In the north, playing the Black Hand, it's Senna. And switching it up back to Traveler 59, Old Faithful, this is Masterleaf. And it's on to Tournament Decision. No poker. Once again, not a map that's actually in the map pool, and yet here we are for a potential decider here for Senna to either send us into the ace match and get another 5-game series. or for Masterleaf to advance on as the first seed out of Group C. Senna finding great success with Black Hand, with the big army plays, and with the mid-game power spike into the late game. He actually didn't go that crazy into the man spam. Decent amount of just bike buggy and scorpion action. There was some rocket squad presence, and of course we did get to see the purifiers a little bit at the end there, but overall not that crazy of a Black Hand game for Senna, but he has opted for Black Hand once again. And on tournament decision, it's fine. There's no big problems here. This is one of those maps that all factions can play well on, and we've obviously seen some amazing flame tanks sneaking down the left side of the map or killing off tib spikes, making their way along the bottom edge of the map, doing things like that. But Senna isn't that crazy of a Black Hand player. He isn't that sneaky of a Black Hand player. So when I'm thinking of tournament decision and Senna, I think he's still just going to play it a pretty standard way. I don't think he's going to be doing anything too crazy. So playing Black Hand on tournament decision. He's going to be fine on this first field for a little while. Both players getting up to their 7 harvesters on this first field. Masterleaf spreading out those refineries because this is a map that Catalyst Missile can absolutely play a big factor because you spend a lot longer on this first field than you do on other maps. That Catalyst Cannon, or that Catalyst Missile, if it can find 2 refineries, it is absolutely worth it to go for it. And actually, Masterleaf going to be adding the Growth Accelerator and calling in the Seed Tiberium. So he calls in the old Ichor Seed and gives himself a little bit of extra cash there at that main base. Of course, Black Hand can do the exact same thing. It just takes a little bit longer to get there. Have to take up to that Tib chemical plant. Secret Shrine is here. Where's the stasis chamber? There it is. It's Traveler versus Black Hand, stasis versus Secret Shrine. And, well, it could just be a ton of cultists for Masterleaf, or he could be going Ravagers or something else. It will be cultists, at least out of the gate. We, of course, expect to see a Prodigy a little while later, but for the current moment, the cultists will be the fun unit of choice for Masterleaf. Just real fun unit for his opponents to deal with and to play against. But the buggy will spot out those cultists, and of course the cultists grabbing a flame tank is an excellent way to defeat any kind of flame rush that is headed your way, any kind of flame play that is headed your way. And the buggy from Masterleaf will actually scout both of those flame tanks. And, well, there are 2 cultist squads, so the first one is going to rush forward. Not going to be able to grab the flame tank right from the beginning because they do retreat away. Meanwhile, in the middle of the map, it's another flame tank. It's a lot of rocket squads. It's a buggy and a scorpion tank as well. Masterleaf hoping to find the win here in game number 4. But Senna is bringing the straightforward. I'm not even going to try and sneak around the backside because I tried that and it immediately didn't work. Instead, he's just going right through the middle of the map, and he's like, you know what? I'm going to click you. I'm going to go for a bunch of rockets right through the middle of the map, and currently it's not working because the phase on the Corruptors means that they get a ton of crushes off on these rocket squads. But I like that Senna made the smallest attempt to do something around the edges of the map and then said, no, the real strategy is just 40 rocket squads right through the middle of the map. There's now 3 flame tanks down on that southern side of the map, and there is also 1 flame tank here in the middle. The Corruptor does go down, and Masterleaf is going to have a double-pronged assault to worry about in just a few seconds. More flame tanks coming out from this Black Hand player. Senna is building way more flame tanks than I would have ever expected him to build, especially in Game 4 this far into it. I expected he would maybe try something a little bit earlier on, but no, he's just going for a ton of flame tanks. He hasn't really tried any along this far left edge of the map just yet. He does have one flame tank positioned over near that way, but now 5 flame tanks have been spotted right here on the front line by Masterleaf. So he knows that this is coming, and he also now spots the flame tank on the high ground. So he has seen just about everything. There's a blink forward of some cultists to grab some of these flame tanks. First one gets turned around. Second one will get mind controlled as well, and there's an area mind control. So now it's suddenly 4 versus 1. As Masterleaf turns the flames against their masters, and now eventually they will return back to Senna's control. Eventually Senna will be able to gain control of these flame tanks again, but not before a couple of them do end up getting eliminated. And Masterleaf just causing mass chaos and panic here in game number 4. The Eradicator Hexapod on the way. We heard the call of the Redeemer a minute ago, and it's already stomping through the middle of the map. The tripod catches one flame tank who gets a decent chunk of health off of that refinery, but it just doesn't matter when you're only getting that much health off of the refinery and nothing else, then it just doesn't count. Masterleaf up about 6 grand in total resources gathered. Not that much, all things considered, and the Redeemer is once again just walking right through the front door. Senna tried a little bit around the edge of the map, trying to sneak some things through, and he says, you know what, it's just not working. I'm going to walk right down your ramp, right down your front door with a Redeemer, with the biggest stompy boy that Nod has, and I'm just going to try and kill you by going right through your front door. The Eradicator Hexapod can, of course, respond to this relatively close to the front line, and there's a blink forward of a tripod. He gets the EMP, and the Redeemer isn't really taking any damage, but he is locked down, so now the screen units can close the distance, can get up close and personal with this double descent on the front line. Rage Gen fires off to save the Redeemer, at least for the current moment. The Prodigy could still blink him forward to the front lines, but it's reinforcements coming in from Senna. He's got rocket squads here to support, and he's going to be hoping that that's enough. Couple of Cabals, couple of rockets. They're going to hold off this Eradicator and everything that the Skrin has got. At least that's the plan if your name is Senna. And a Devastator warship comes to the front line. Senna hoping to establish himself in that northern expansion and take that part of the map over for himself. Hits a Mantis onto the front line to try and snipe down those Devastator warships, but it's just not going to be enough. Masterleaf with 35,000 resources in his army, and Senna with a mere 11,000, dropping by the moment as he loses more and more to this invading Skrin army. It's tripods, it's gunwalkers, it's corruptors, it's Devastator warships, and an Eradicator Hexapod. Rage Gen fires off, but there just isn't much to affect. And of course, behind all of this, there's a Prodigy ready to blink that Eradicator away. If it's in any real danger, he can save it at a moment's notice. If you don't have EMP coils, if you don't have a way to lock down that Eradicator, you have to always know in the back of your mind that that is a threat. Blink away and save it. Senna harvesting away much of this field in the north. He's got 9 harvesters out on the map, but most of them are sitting waiting in the parking lot ready to refine, but no place to refine that Tiberium. Masterleaf keeps pushing forward, just taking over more and more of this high ground in the middle of the map. 2 more flame tanks, mind controlled by Masterleaf. Senna, if any of these attacks had actually made it into Masterleaf's base, he could have devastated this Skrin player, but instead they just keep getting caught. Double heroic flame tank for Masterleaf. Even when he's not playing Black Hand, he still finds a heroic flame tank to play with, and it might even be low power mode mode for the Black Hand as Masterleaf mind controls a flame tank to burn down every power plant and every unit and building in the main base. The Redeemer fighting toe-to-toe with these tripods, but the MCV is getting clobbered in the background, and it's going to be a Harvester killing fiesta for this Eradicator. He's the stompiest boy in the game, and he'll knock down Senna into the lower bracket as Masterleaf heads into the top 8 of Chrono Clash II. Masterleaf finds his footing in game number 4. He may have slipped up in game number 3, but he seals the deal and makes himself a guaranteed cash prize in the round of 8. And it's time we make our way through the lower bracket. It's round 1 in the north. Playing as the green GDI, this is KinderBeno. In the south, playing as the SteelTalons, this is SteelTalons. Rocking yellow and a GDI faction might make you think, is this guy Senna? But no, Senna did not play in the first round of the lower bracket of Group C. So even though it looks like Senna, it's actually a different player named SteelTalons. So we have ourselves a GDI versus SteelTalons combo. And believe it or not, apparently the player named SteelTalons likes the faction SteelTalons and plays SteelTalons quite a lot. So I hope you're ready for it in this best of 5. We're going to have our fill of GDI and their mechanized sub-faction. Although maybe KinderBeno will mix it up and we won't just see GDI versus ST for the whole series, but we're kicking it off nice and normal here in game number 1. It's Tournament Odyssey as the map. Very stock standard map, and for the current moment, very stock standard openers for both. Lovely Scout coming across from Mr. Talons, and KinderBeno doing the same thing. Foxhole dug outside of the main base, spots the MCV move over to the natural. Both players staying in step with each other. The dance has been practiced many times, and there's no need to get the instructions out. You both know what you should be doing at the exact right moment, and they're both doing it. It is no funny business here in game number 1. It might be 8,000 pit bulls made in game number 1, but there is at least no funny business. First couple of APCs are out. It looks like it's going to be 4 APCs. Maybe there's a 5th one on the way for Beno. But a couple of rocket squads out onto the field as well. And there was another rocket squad, so maybe... Nope, there he is. 5th rocket squad is present. So there is always the option of adding on a 5th APC and getting that 5th rocket squad a place to live and a place to travel with. Pitbull's coming in. Is this the perfect timing here as SteelTalons waits for the refinery to be placed and then dives on in with the Pitbulls? 1 volley, 2 volleys, but he's going to need the 3rd to secure the kill. And that mic drop was amazing! The Pitbulls get the kill that counts, but the Pitbulls get blasted into next week. You can pick those guys up in the future because they are spread across all 7 dimensions, as that mine drop was perfect from KinderBeno. He gets his payback, he gets his revenge instantly here in game number 1. If only the exchanges always went that well. You lose a Harvester, but you blow up everything that was sent to kill the Harvester in one fell swoop. Just crush him. Put him out of his misery. That one Rifleman squad dodging shots from 4 Titans surrounding him, missing by a quarter mile as those Titan shots go so wide that they wouldn't have even hit a war factory, let alone a single rifleman. And then they get so good when they're shooting at vehicles. Oh, the funny world of unit targeting characteristics in strategy games. They never miss a shot against a vehicle, but man, you give them a 5-foot tall target and they're just missing by by an entire MCV width. Titans versus rocket squads, where the Wolverines packed along with this army. You'd think a specialist would have brought a little more speciality to the front line. Predator tanks not being crushed, rocket squads only just now being crushed, and the Titans, 1 has gone down, 2 more are low on health, and the pit bulls aren't present, but the Predator tanks are being able to trade shot for shot. Again, no Predator tanks crushed as the mine drop comes in here, doing some massive damage to the Titans and weakening this attack. No harvesters crushed, no Predator tanks crushed, only rocket squads get crushed here. We're here for the SteelTalons action. We're here for the SteelTalons speciality, and we want to see those Titans crush the little boys around them. And it'll... Oh, I thought that harvester was gonna go down to the Titan stomp, but it just doesn't happen. KinderBeno being put on the back foot here as the seemingly never-ending assault continues to cross the map. The Orcas have surely had enough time to refuel and rearm. They're needed here on the front line, and will we get our crush that we're looking for? Yes, we finally do. The harvester goes down. There was a crush that happened off screen a little while ago, and now it's gonna be overkill on those. Oh, Mammoth Tank shows up as well, but it's going to be overkill on the Wolverines, and the expansion does get stopped. The crush can continue with the railguns being activated here. It's a late game upgrade, but it's online now for the ST player, and he gets himself a hot, fresh 2 more harvester kills in the natural expansion of Beno. This will be the end of the free harvesting time. You now have to pay a toll, and the master of the toll is this Mammoth Tank. Everything explodes because Kinder doesn't want to fight it out with the Mammoth. He had the Orcas coming in, but he taps out. The GG gets called, and Kinder drops game number 1 to the never-ending assault of the SteelTalons. And it's into the GDI Wonderland for the continuation of the GDI vs. SteelTalons match. The colors may be changing up, but everything else is staying the same. We're on Hampstead Gardens for game number 2, and SteelTalons, he's going to be feeling good about that game number 1 win, but it's not the end of the road. It's a best of 5 all the way down, even here in the early rounds of the lower bracket. We've got ourselves 5 potential games here, although with the way SteelTalons is playing, there might only be this one and one more after that. If he keeps up that premium SteelTalons aggression, he's going to be proving that SteelTalons rule. Another heavy harvester out onto the field. And KinderBeno having a shot in that last game. The Orcas maybe a little bit too late. I would not have expected that many Titans to just cross the map and go for an all-out assault. So I can certainly understand why KinderBeno thought that he would not need as much defense as he ended up needing. And the rocket squad's not able to run away from the Titans. They did end up just getting mushed, but they did get a couple of volleys to free fire off at the Titans before the Titans actually moved into crushing range. But overall, that Titan assault could have been so much more difficult for the GDI player to deal with. As a result, it still ended up basically winning the game, but it just wasn't as crushing as it could have been. SteelTalons, is he going to put on a similar show to last time? His MCV is moving over towards that natural expansion. First couple of pit bulls are out on the field. And that's one thing that can help. If the pit bulls are able to find the Titans out in the middle of the map, fire a couple of volleys off as the Titans are crossing and while avoiding the crush, then that can soften up those heavy, hard Titan targets for the rest of your GDI forces once they show up to your base. No harvesters are here, as SteelTalons was hoping that the refinery was going to be placed down by the time he showed up so he could get some free shots off against the harvester. But it's 4 versus 2 as SteelTalons has to contend with the watchtowers. He may have been winning the fight of the pit bulls, but he's not going to be winning the fight versus that watchtower. Although maybe he won't have to if KinderBeno sends his pit bulls out into the open field. If he sends them out to try and hunt down those dogs, he may find himself at a bit of a disadvantage. 2 pit bulls from SteelTalons, extremely low on health. They are escaping with barely nothing. And they'll make their way back to that war factory eventually. They may actually get killed by the foxhole. By the units inside of the foxhole. That's how low health these pit bulls are as they change targets, and he's gonna out DPS any repair that could happen because the repair was late to the party. So the damage done to those pit bulls does actually make a difference here in the game. Double refinery at the natural expansion. Command post now up and running. AP Ammo has not started researching yet. Still not yet. You get worried when someone gets a command post and doesn't start up AP Ammo right away. There's the scan coming down, and he's going to see exactly what is in the main base of KinderBeno. SteelTalons will get that intel confirmation, and of course, KinderBeno can return the favor. He may be a good boy or a good child, but he can spy on his opponent using the scan. It's okay in the context of Kane's Wrath. Give it a little scan to your opponent's base, see what they're hiding, see what they're up to. And, well, the SteelTalons, they're on the defensive this game. This time around, it is going to be defending the home base, defending the natural expansion, and the Predator tanks walk into this fight. You might want to wait for the reinforcements to arrive because you're going to need more guns versus these Talons. These boys are ready to shred and fight for the homeland. A couple of foxholes get dug right here on the front line. It's going to be a couple of more rocket squads making their way to this fight. And the Talons not going for the crush. They're letting the watchtowers do the work. And the watchtowers are tearing everything apart. It's the Talons pushing forward. It's a shatterer to the front line. One shot is all you get, and then it's up to the rockets to finish the job. And why are the Talons working their way out onto the map? The Titans could be fighting alongside the watchtowers back at home, waiting for the opponent to attack into them, and instead they go out onto the front line and they get picked off. It's a win for KinderBeno in this first part of the attack. Double vet on a couple of these rocket squads, but they're getting cleaned up by the watchtower. And there's an attack on the other side of the map. It's going to be pit bulls committed into the attack. Once again, SteelTalons has found undefended harvesters ripe for the taking. And then he backs off and he says, I actually don't want to kill that harvester that's low on health, that's stacked up with like 4 other harvesters for massive splash damage right there in one volley, doing huge amounts of damage to the opponent's economy. I don't want to do that. I don't want to be that guy. I instead want to let the moment pass as SteelTalons heads up to the high ground, finds another Shatterer coming out of that war factory, and meanwhile he knows that he's got railguns back at home, he's got mammoth tanks back at home, and the heroic rocket squad isn't going to be heroic for much longer because they're in the dirt, and no one cares about the medals on your chest when you're inside of a coffin 6 feet under, and it just doesn't matter. KinderBeno fighting the good fight, but not always getting the wins that he's looking for. Where did those pit bulls end up going? They just disappeared into somewhere else. They gave up on their harvester killing mission, and they decided enough is enough. we're going to go get a Shatterer tank somewhere else on the map. Mammoth tanks going toe-to-toe with these rockets, but the rockets are happy to fight. As long as the mammoths don't go for the crush, the rockets are happy to fight this one out. Volley of rockets lands, and it's an easy double vent for one of these rocket squads, taking on the mammoths. And as long as you avoid the treads, everything else is easy. I mean, even with railguns, mammoths just don't trade efficiently versus all that infantry power. And KinderBeno follows it up. He says, I need one airfield for every base that I've got. 3 bases, 3 airfields. 1 for each Tiberium field that you would like to control, and that is a perfect ratio in this game, because I don't know the last time we saw so many orcas in a match, and I am here for it. I love to see some orca action coming out onto the map. A couple of Wolverines going down right away, and this is a nice signal that you need some anti-air. It's going to be Firehawks ready to go, already armed with anti-air armament, but guess what's waiting for the Firehawks? It's a bunch of rockets. Knock, knock, blast them down as one Firehawk falls to the ground, and the rifleman squads are returning fire. The watchtowers are chewing up those rockets, but not before the air boys get taken out. And now the Bloodhounds are getting called in. KinderBeno calls in the reinforcements inside of his opponent's base because he knows no bounds. He doesn't believe in proper order of things, and he also doesn't believe in shutting down these mammoth tanks that are responding to this threat. It's more orcas across the map as they find fresh harvesters onto the front line, but Firehawks return fire, and it's orcas raining down in pieces. They blasted the harvesters, but just not enough. There's still 3 harvesters on the field, and it's going to be a continued fight for KinderBeno. He's got his 3rd base rocking and rolling, and he's enjoying the no desync life. Unlike me, now I've had to restart this replay because there was a very minor error with one of the R23 variants that we've got here for this tournament, but it looks like everything is fixed up now. And Firehawks continuing to blast away at the orcas. It's a fight for air supremacy as KinderBeno gets the kill on a retreating orca. SteelTalons will find some way to exist in this game, but he's gonna have to do it with fewer Firehawks on the front line. Orcas coming in, they're gonna finish the job. They're finally getting the harvester kills that they wanted oh so long ago. 2 more rockets will do the job, and that's a lot of dead harvesters. SteelTalons down to just 5 harvesters versus the 11 of KinderBeno. He is bringing the economics to the forefront of this game number 2, and it's Hampstead Gardens, but this is going to be a torn up war zone by the end of it. Blast away at this last harvester. Fire the shot. Don't die to the watchtowers as they finally turn around and get the shot on that harvester. Marv is now out onto the field, and ooh, is he going a full 4 railguns in this Marv? He hasn't sold off the Reclamator hub yet for the 4th railgun attachment, so I guess he's just going to be rocking and rolling with the 3-4 now. Although could throw in a single engineer just to get that little bit of healing as well. Firehawks bomb out a refinery, and orcas are heading back out across the map. SteelTalons may be down to just 4 harvesters on the field, but he is not giving up. He's down 16 grand in total resources gathered, but he is not giving up because he's got behemoths. He's actually doing massive damage to this Marv, which was sent forward without any support. The orcas would have been better used over here to support the Marv and keep it safe from the behemoths. More bombing runs coming in across the map as the behemoths deal about 80% damage to that Marv, pushing it back, and the harvesters may not be harvesting well, but at least they are safer now than this Marv is. Juggernaut's coming to the front line. It's Juggernauts versus Behemoths here for GDI versus SteelTalons, but the numbers are on the side of SteelTalons. He manages to get the kill on the one Juggernaut. A 3v1 is not exactly a fair fight, and that was a commando trying to come through to save the day for KinderBeno. He gets the kill on one Juggernaut, but not the others. And once again, it's harvester hunting season, but that's a harvester that is auto-harvesting to the wrong part of the map. So finally, SteelTalons gets a kill on a couple of Beno's harvesters, but mostly from the auto-harvesting, not so much from the active attacks. Mammoth Tank goes down there in the main base of KinderBeno, and SteelTalons, he is fighting until the bitter end. He's actually managed to get a couple of wins by blasting away at that Marv, by killing off a couple of harvesters of his opponent, and by trying to disrupt the map. But we're now so far into the game that both players are running out of cash that is easily and safely harvestable. There's a little bit of Tiberium left on this third base. There's a bit here at the natural as well. But on the KinderBeno side of the map, he has already harvested all of that cash, 152,000 credits worth in his bank account. But he's spent almost all of it already. Juggernaut getting captured or getting shot up on the high ground, and a Behemoth as well. KinderBeno using the engineer to get that Behemoth onto his side of the fight. One Behemoth and one Juggernaut, brothers united across the GDI factions. It's a 2v2 with these Juggernauts and Behemoths. It's actually about to be a 3v3 as they march out of the way, and they are hoping that they can actually return fire. EMP lands. One brave Grenadier squad comes to the front line, and Beno getting so close to victory, but he hasn't been able to secure the win yet, and SteelTalons isn't giving up. He is going to fight until the end, and he is going to make KinderBeno earn it. After that first game being so dominating, SteelTalons is receiving a lot more pushback here on Hampstead Gardens. Engineer did eventually jump inside of the Marv, and now the Marv is closing the distance. He is coming as close as he can, and an Engineer is going to get sniped as well. Reclaim the Husk, but it doesn't matter. I'll just kill it again. As the Husk gets blasted, so does the Barracks, and after killing so many of the Harvesters, SteelTalons finally taps out. KinderBeno gets the win on Hampstead Gardens. And now we're on to Tournament Highlands for game number 3. SteelTalons versus KinderBeno. And of course, the GDI versus SteelTalons match continues. You know what it is. You know that we're not changing things up. It's going to be GDI versus SteelTalons until KinderBeno changes his faction, because I don't think SteelTalons is going to be the one to abandon the way before him. He's not going to abandon the path of SteelTalons for something else. The very aggressive Tournament Odyssey game for SteelTalons working out quite well, and then that Hampstead Gardens game being a much longer extended fight. Lots of action all over the place from both players, but also utilizing the full range of GDI and SteelTalons arsenals. We did get to see even a commando right there at the end. So we've had two sides of this match from these players. A very short, aggressive game that really just blasted open from the beginning. And then a much longer game where we get to see almost every unit, faction, or unit and upgrade within the factions come to bear. EMP Grenadiers have really had a resurgence in the last couple of years. Again, another option like sniper teams that has always been there in the game and has always been somewhat useful, but has now been more useful and has been more heavily utilized to great effect by players across all skill ranges and in all sorts of games. And I believe the Sniper Team one is just because, I don't know, people didn't want to try them out and actually learn how to use them properly. And the EMP grenades thing is, I believe they were bugged or poorly performing in previous versions of the game. So that might be an actual patch bug fix difference for the EMP grenades as opposed to Sniper Teams, who I think have received fewer changes than EMP Grenadiers. Natural expansions coming up for both players. SteelTalons up 7 Harvesters to the 5 of KinderBeno, who is hoping to even that number up with this Pitbull attack here. A couple of Pitbulls coming in. SteelTalons will be here for the defense, though. He's got his own Pitbulls in equal numbers coming to the front line to defend his Harvs. One Harvester took some heavy damage, but that's okay. That's a heavy Harvester boy, so he'll be happy to take some heavy damage. Take one for the team just to keep everyone else clean and keep the games going in the right direction if you're a SteelTalons fan, because SteelTalons rule. Mass Pitbull versus Mass Pitbull. We haven't really seen it, at least not in this series. We've seen it, I think, 1, maybe 2 games in the tournament so far in my coverage. But I feel like for where we were a couple of years ago, where you would see a best of 5 or a best of 7, and 90% of the games would be Mass Pitbull versus Mass Pitbull for the first 5 minutes of the game, and then eventually the players would transition into something else. It is nice to see a break from that style. A couple of Pitbulls, maybe some Riflemen and Rockets early on, maybe APC Rocket or APC Pred. No AP ammo has been started by Kinder, so this may end up being a big problem, but some players do skip it. It is there are possible builds that and unit compositions that can skip AP ammo and not really be affected. You're almost always going to be drafting watchtowers at some point in the game just to get some easy defense and damage out onto the map. Pitbull's going down. KinderBeno, he may have gotten a couple of shots off against some SteelTalons structures and vehicles, but those Pitbulls just got clobbered, and they're not doing anything now. It's a Rocket Squad boost, I guess, from KinderBeno. He has just gone for, I don't know, 8 or 10 rocket squads out of his barracks and just slowly paraded them across the map, joining up with a couple of Predator tanks down there in the south. Both players have the option for railguns. They can both get those upgrades rolling now that we are towards the late game. And SteelTalons definitely has the tier 3, but I don't know if KinderBeno has actually built his tech center yet. That tech lab is not going to make an appearance for the next moments of the game. Rocket squads get a big volley off and they knock down the hammerhead, so no easy infantry from the sky. It's going to be more up to the Wolverines, and of course the Behemoths can do some massive damage versus any kind of infantry force. Even though they aren't a specialized infantry killing machine, they do quite well versus all infantry types. A couple of Predator tanks going to be going down, and the Hammerheads re-engaging with this fight. They clean up the rocket squads easily, and now it's going to be the Predator tanks that go down. The Mammoths step forward, and they manage to get the kills on the retreating forces of GDI player KinderBeno. There's going to be the Reclamator hub, and there is an airfield, both of them standing tall for GDI. AP ammo may not have finished up on the KinderBeno side of the map, but it has finished up for SteelTalons, and he's happy to have the upgrade. This might be a case where skipping AP ammo actually was a good call, because having the upgrade when you don't have any units, when you're losing your Reclamator hub to a couple of Mammoth tanks, Well, all of these things are bad, and it seems like SteelTalons is just rolling over his opponent, crushing through everything that's on the front line, and the MCV goes down as the GG comes out, and KinderBeno drops game number 3. It's Hampstead Gardens for a win and Tournament Highlands for a loss. That puts SteelTalons on match point. And it's finally time to mix things up. I hope you're ready for some Traveler 59, because spawning in the south, playing the Trav, this is KinderBeno. Meanwhile, in the north, playing the SteelTalons, you know who it is. He's orange. This is SteelTalons. Woo! Right inside of that Conyard, you can see all the detail nice and crisp, courtesy of Masterleaf's 4K mod for Kane's Wrath. It does a wonderful job of upping the texture resolution on Kane's Wrath, which is an already good-looking game. I mean, Kane's Wrath, from the beginning, all of the later Sage games look good, and especially Red Alert 3 with the lighting effects that they added. That's one of the things that I miss the most between Kane's Wrath and Red Alert 3, the different versions of Sage, is that Red Alert 3 units and things on the map can actually cast light. So when tanks fire, it lights up the ground and it lights up the tank. It actually generates little lighting effects within the map, and that's one of the things that is missing from Kane's Wrath. But still, incredibly good-looking games for being as old as they are, and Masterleaf's 4K texture pack just makes it look that extra little bit better. Makes it go from, you know, maybe an 8 out of 10 to a 9 out of 10, or a 9 out of 10 to a 10 out of 10, depending on what your feelings are. But we are here on the map Tiberium Rift. SteelTalons up 2-1, but KinderBeno putting up a good fight in game number, well, I mean, a little bit in that last game, but mostly the Hampstead Gardens game is where KinderBeno actually had real control of the game. And he is no slouch. He is not just going to let SteelTalons walk all over him. Or so we hope. It might just completely fail here as he switches over to Traveler 59. Sometimes we see players switch it up to a faction like Traveler 59. They get the mind control win. They manage to do something tricky with a Prodigy. And they get a win in a game. They even up the score, that sort of thing. And then other times we see them switch away from their comfort faction to something that they think like, oh, this is tricky, this is difficult to deal with. And then they just totally fall on their face. And it's like, well, you might as well have just stuck with GDI because it doesn't make a difference. But both players playing macro, they are going for natural expansions, for plenty of harvesters, 7 of them on the map. 8 now for KinderBeno as he gets his 8th harvester into the field. And yeah, we have some descents out for the Traveler player, but it was not a descent rush. He did not go for fast legs straight away. He is very much prioritizing his economy, and you can see that reflected in his income per minute and the total resources gathered. He doesn't have a lead over his opponent, which is a little bit troublesome. Or at least he doesn't have much of a lead. It looks like he is maybe a few $100s ahead, but he doesn't have much of a lead over his opponent, which is a little bit troublesome for the scrim. You do want to be 1,000 or 2,000 credits ahead, because that means that your harvester timings are on par with your opponent. Command post before the second refinery at the natural, though, so a little bit of a slowdown to the economy of SteelTalons, but he is now back on track. And the light skirmishes in the early game are going to be somewhat mitigated by the healing power of the MRT. One of the advantages of SteelTalons is that mobile repair that can be anywhere on the map past the, 90-second mark in the game, basically. You can have that mobile repair with your army basically the entirety of the game. It's not like some kind of late game upgrade. It's not some kind of specialized unit like a rig where it has to deploy. That MRT can give so much staying power to these SteelTalons vehicle-based armies. So much more staying power than they would otherwise have. SteelTalons going to turn around. He's got himself AP ammo, but he has to contend with a lightning spike, which gives this force a bit of extra power. And KinderBeno is going to get kills on these Wolverines. The Gunwalkers will get gunned down. And how many more Wolverines go down? Just the one before more reinforcements show up. And the Gunwalkers getting sliced and diced, but the lightning spike is getting more damage than the Gunwalkers ever could. A couple of these Wolverines low on health, but still on the map doing damage. 5 more Gunwalkers sent to the front line, but they're sent to their doom as the SteelTalons force rolls over them and just bursts them down. Burst might be the wrong term because it's a long, slow death, but burst is here for the shock troopers, as even with the riflemen inside of that harvester, they still get annihilated, and KinderBeno has found the fast leg answer to the SteelTalons vehicles, and it's going to be shock troopers blasting around the map, finding themselves a command post and finding themselves a harvester kill, trying to escape, but it just doesn't work. SteelTalons down to 5 harvesters, and the shock troopers continuing to blink their way around the map, finding harvester after harvester, and the burst damage is just insane. Under the right control, shock troopers are amazingly powerful, and down to 4 harvesters versus the 9 of KinderBeno. As SteelTalons, he's still got a powerful force out on the map. He's still got an opportunity to even the score, but with the harvester kills, it's going to be hard to win the longer the game goes on. Shard mechas are excellent at killing these low tier, low health units from any faction, whether it's SteelTalons or something else, and the repairs are good, but they're not great. As the shard mechas shardify everything on the map, they're going to make you shard your pants as you've got nothing left. The armor gets sharded and shredded away as the mechas walk over the dead bodies of that army. KinderBeno shows up big time with the scrin in game number 4, and it's not done yet, it's not over, but he has absolutely crushed the last 2 fights. Behemoths, if they get the good shots, if they get the correct RNG, they can one-tap a Mechapede, or just about one-tap it. But none of those big barrages landed where they wanted. Area mind control. No, he just takes it over the old-fashioned way, and that's an MCV under the control of KinderBeno, and that's a GG from SteelTalons. He taps out of the game, and it's KinderBeno evening up the score and sending us to the ace match. And this is actually where it all ends. One of these players is going home after this. This is the end of their Group C journey because it's the lower bracket and it's the end of the line. Playing as the Zocom, as the green on the left side, it's KinderBeno. Meanwhile, rocking the SteelTalons, you know who it is. He's playing Cyan. This is SteelTalons. It's turned out to be a very even match between these two players. Each individual game doesn't necessarily appear that way. Some of these games have been a total stomp for SteelTalons. Other games, none of the games have really been total stomps for KinderBeno, but that last game was the closest thing to a total stomp by KinderBeno, where SteelTalons just didn't really have a chance. It was into the mid-game, and then suddenly he lost all of his harvesters, and then his attacking force on the other side of the map just got sharded by the shredded by the Mechapedes. He's just had no chance to make it happen, and that happens sometimes. But yeah, that game 1, absolute stomp by SteelTalons. And game number 3 was pretty stompy as well. But KinderBeno, he has evened up the score. Game 2 was the most back and forth, where they both had a chance to win that game. They both had advantages at different times. But this is Tournament Undergrounds. This is a very short distance between the players. It's made slightly farther by the fact that the tib field is on your opponent's side, which does make it very easy to harass your opponent. And we also do have 4 harvesters right out of the gate. SteelTalons cut 2 harvesters to make this attack happen this quickly, and the SteelTalons is going to get the crush. No, he does get the crush on the Predator tank, but not on the harvester, and he's closing in. It's so close. This Titan could end the game in just a couple of seconds, in a couple of moves. If he gets the right position on these harvesters, it is lights out for this guy. He's body blocked by his own MRT, healing him up, keeping him alive, but at the same time stopping him from stomping on that boy, and that's it. It's GG in the fire sale for KinderBeno, who will tap out of Game 5 as SteelTalons gets the crush and gets the crushing victory to advance on to the next round of the lower bracket. And that will be it for this series, as we're going to jump forward a couple of rounds into another match. And now it's time for round 3 of the lower bracket. We're skipping forward just a little bit. Whoever wins this advances into the qualification match. They're not through it just yet, but this is the round before the round, so one of these folks is going home in the north, playing the marked. This is AssassinSpy, opting for marked of Kane. Meanwhile, in the south, a much less often seen faction playing the Zocom. This is Dimitri. Dimitri having a close series versus Senna, and then coming down here to the lower bracket. AssassinSpy coming through the lower bracket for a little bit longer, but both of them ending up here. And of course, we've already seen that Masterleaf advanced into the round of 8, and Senna is going to be the next opponent. So Senna is there waiting in the qualification match for one of these players. AssassinSpy and Dimitri, both of them going to be underdogs versus Senna. Dimitri, a literal rematch, and Dimitri did very well versus Senna, but not well enough to actually win the series. But if it comes back to a rematch, it is going to be competitive, but still the underdog. And then AssassinSpy, perhaps just the straight-up traditional underdog in this situation. Zocom, in Game 1, seems like maybe he's got something planned for Tournament Los Angeles. Maybe he is wanting to go for double airfield. It's a pretty good map for that. Short drive to your natural expansion. You've got all of this space in between. Most of the time, players don't grab those EMP control centers, but having the EMP control centers can be nice. If you grab that and then tag your opponent's key infrastructure before your hammerheads or firehawks come in. But I assume if it is going to be air, it's going to be hammerheads only. I don't foresee Dimitri going for a bunch of orcas or a bunch of firehawks. Could happen. Absolutely could happen, but that is not where I would be putting my money in terms of prediction. AssassinSpy going for the, triple EMP here. EMP is the watchtower, double EMP on the Conyard. Just being annoying with these early scouting squads, which not much else has happened in the first couple of minutes of the game. So being annoying with the scouting squads is a good idea. And now it's just a straight up regular low power mode for Dimitri. He deploys that watchtower, but he's also got a fresh refinery here at the natural expansion. And now we can finally bring the lights back on with that watchtower. Well, he's got another power plant, but the EMP lands once again. And it's just not an easy time to be a watchtower. You think you're going to blast some low-level infantry, and then you just keep getting EMP'd. You just keep getting shut down by those awakened. Second War Factory is up and running. Dimitri, he's got some perhaps missing pieces in the Zocom arsenal. Obviously, he's missing railguns, but on the Marked of Kane side, instead of laser capacitors for Scorpions, you do have the supercharged particle beams. So we'll see how it goes if we get into the late game. And both players are going to have to play a little bit differently. but I think the ground army is probably still stronger with all the EMP options from AssassinSpy. We'll see how Mark of Canes ends up faring. For now, one EMP lands, but it's only on a single Pitbull Harvester low on health. So the Pitbulls are going to change their target to another Harvester that's a little further out, and this is a lot of Pitbulls, so this attack can continue as long as Dimitri wants. The question is always, how many Pitbulls do you want to commit in? How many potential Pitbulls do you want to lose? How much is it worth it to you to trade them out for bike, buggy, and maybe the occasional Harvester? Over at the natural expansion, 4 Harvesters over here. 9 Harvesters in total for both players. A very solid number to be at. 8 is a little low. 10 is also fine, but maybe a little bit high depending on how you're playing. And then 11 on 2 fields is definitely too high, but some players do make it work with a fast move to a third base. 9, just a fine spot to be for Harvesters. Multi-MCV, are we going to get to see a multi-MCV Marked of Kane game? No, the answer for now is no. Is going for triple War Factory, though, so this is a big production game, double War Factory from the Zocom early on, and now triple War Factory here at the 5.5-minute mark for the Marked of Kane player. A second Harvester coming to the middle of the map, but this is going to be a big volley from AssassinSpy. He commits in, he gets the kill, he kills off. That's a blue Tiberium Harvester that's not making it back home, and it's a lot of dead bodies on the ground. It's Pitbulls, APCs, bikes, and buggies, but the Harvester with the blue Tiberium was the kill that mattered most. AssassinSpy now needs to go into defense mode. He's been behind in the unit count for a little while, and it's not going to be getting better with constant production from Dimitri. It's going to be a trade of APCs and Pitbulls versus this bike, buggy. Couple of EMPs coming out. 3 APCs get caught by the first one. Now it's going to be Shredder turrets, but it's low power mode as well for the Marked of Kane. He can't even keep his defenses online as he's trying to defend against this online attack. Mass APC, it's worked in the past, and it's working here today as the APCs absorb so many more shots from those bikes and buggies, and the Pitbulls roll over into the main base. This should be mostly empty of Harvesters, but there's still 3 or 4 working boys here, and a couple of them full of Tiberium, as Dimitri is going to clean up the Harvesters, getting the kills on almost all of them, a couple of them low on health, and the APCs continuing to just absorb the damage from the bike buggy. AssassinSpy down to just 6 Harvesters after having 9 moments ago, and it's a massacre of bikes and buggies. It's a massacre of Pitbulls as those low health bars finally get targeted and brought down. Behind all of this, Dimitri is getting that third base. His income up, not quite 10k total resources against his opponent, but he is climbing up in that direction. And so in that case, if he's able to get that third base up, he could lose this whole army and it won't matter because he'll be able to build another one faster than his opponent. Main base starting to produce a couple of Scorpion tanks, trying to find an angle onto the back of this army and onto the back of this APC force. I can't believe this pure APC gunfire is actually working against these high health structures like the War Factory. Another Scorpion tank does emerge. Scorpion tanks starting to whittle down the numbers, and a number of these APCs are below half health. 3, 4, 5 of them could be eliminated in just a couple of shots, and it's mass mine on top of the Scorps. So the Scorps are trading 1 for 1 against units that they should be dominating. And behind it all, it's the third base from Dimitri. Double refinery and the Harvester transfer. 6 Harvs versus 10. Dimitri keeping AssassinSpy focused on his side of the map, and it's no supercharged particle beams, but it is Scorpions here to clean out these Pitbulls. These dogs are not welcome in this section of the map. couple of bikes and buggies going through the main base, one dead harvester, but the rest do survive. Natural expansion is completely empty. Everything has been transferred over to the third because there's no Tiberium in that home. No third base on the horizon for AssassinSpy, and meanwhile, it's an MCV move to somewhere on the map. Okay, down there to AssassinSpy's third base. Dimitri is dominating an AssassinSpy with every moment that goes on. He has a longer and longer road to victory. I mean, it's already looking impossible, but, you know, hope springs eternal. It's not over until the bell rings, and well, the bell hasn't rung, but it might as well have. More bikes going down. Fully heroic bike manages to escape the watchtower and then drives back in because he's got a death wish, and he may be a hero of Nod, but he's a dead hero. No good to anyone now. Harvesters, I can't even tell if they're trying to body block or if they're just getting blocked by these APCs, but the GG comes out, and it looks like AssassinSpy will finally tap out. It was an extended end to that game with only APC firepower being there from Dimitri, but he gets the kill, he gets the win, that counts. Someone forgot their keys, and that car might be doomed as we launch into Tournament Odyssey for game number 2. AssassinSpy gets to pick the map, and he also gets to pick to stick with Marked of Kane. On the Dimitri side of the map, it's actually going to be from Zocom to Reaper 17. A curious case indeed, and you can choose whatever faction you want. It is a little bit unusual to go from Zocom to Reaper 17. It's just not the standard choice for most players in competitive, but it could also be that Dimitri is feeling very good, and so he's sort of like, well, I can beat him with anything, and I'm just going to be looking forward to my rematch with Senna. So who cares? I'll just choose Zocom, I'll choose Reaper 17. I can beat him with those factions and then bust out the other more standard stuff if it's needed. Scout comes in from Dimitri, and he will confirm basically everything here. Sees that second harvester, sees the timing of everything. There is no operations center, there's no flame tank emerging. Well, especially not because he's Marked of Kane. But if he wasn't Marked of Kane, if he did have flame tanks, that would be a good timing to confirm whether or not your opponent is going for something sneaky right around that 90-second mark. Somewhere between 90 seconds and 2 minutes. You don't have to do this, but that's kind of interesting. There was someone, and I'm trying to think, was it Dimitri versus Senna, where they both ended up taking the expansion points? I'm trying to remember who that was on Tournament Odyssey, but there was a game that two players, they both ended up sending engineers over to the expansion points, and I think they both also took the defensive towers. So if it was Dimitri, then it does actually kind of make sense for AssassinSpy to kill off this expansion point. And that's not something you would necessarily scout out if you're Dimitri and you're intending to send an engineer over there a little bit later. You just don't scout to see if the expansion point is still there, because that's such a weird thing to do. Nobody kills off the expansion point to deny it from their opponent, and here we see the start of one of the Reaper 17 favorites. Shardwalkers are such a powerful unit, especially once you get the blue shard upgrades, but Reaper 17, they've got the attenuated force fields, they've got the shard launcher upgrade, and attenuated force fields is the tier 2 upgrade. So once you get that nerve center, you can unlock that upgrade, and it's not that hard to get it, and it's a good way to... It's the Dozer Blade equivalent, but for Reaper 17. It's a good way to add a little bit of extra power to your early game units. And okay, no, it's not going to be any kind of double war factor. It's not going to be a push into... That's a nice EMP. Triple... How did that guy not get tagged by the EMP? He's right there in the middle with everyone else, but he just doesn't get caught by that EMP. It's not going to be... Okay. It's not going to be a rush to Nerve Center. This is the one we actually want to follow. It's not going to be a rush to Nerve Center. And he actually gets a crush on one of the engineers. So the second engineer might be part of a 3-engineer combo. This is a bit unfortunate for Dimitri, although if this Scorpion tank drives towards the expansion point, it will reveal that it has been destroyed already. So the disintegrators are going to chase that into a little bit of a scout, but it almost doesn't matter because the engineer has already been produced. This is now 1,500 credits worth of engineers produced by Dimitri in the south. Seeker tanks rocking up to the expansion. Lightning Spike as well. Bikes and Scorps will be able to knock down a couple of these Seekers before they do much damage. The Lightning Spike is going to get the shot that kills the Harvester. And there's the completion of the triple War Factory for AssassinSpy. He's trying it again. He's going to try his hand versus Reaper 17. Bikes coming back in. A couple of more Seeker tanks going down, but the bikes getting traded back pretty much 1-for-1 with the Seekers. It's going to be the Scorpions that are the real powerhouse units to kill off these Seekers and deny them from killing any more Harvesters. AssassinSpy is back up to 9 Harvesters, so he's back up to a stable point of where he wants to be. And the Disintegrators coming in from Dimitri, they managed to find a Scorpion tank there right out in the open, and they get the kill. More Disintegrators coming in, more Scorpion tanks having to be challenged here, and there are the Shredder turrets online as well. Scorpion tanks trying to run away, trying to delay their death as long as possible, and Dimitri changing targets 10 times, but if he's able to cause this much chaos and confusion, if he's able to get this many kills with this few units, it almost doesn't matter how efficient you are, because behind the scenes, he is just cranking on industry. He is bringing up everything that he can at his natural expansion. He's rebuilding another army to be able to move across the map and do the same thing again. He's got the Nerve Center. He doesn't actually have the upgrades rolling just yet. I expected that attenuated force fields was going to be like 90% done, almost completed. And, well, he did find a use for that engineer. It may not have been to capture the expansion point, but he just turned it north, and he stole that Tiberium Spike, and he's probably had it long enough that the engineer has now been paid for. So you deny that 10 cred a second from your opponent, you get it for yourself, you pay for the engineer, and you steal that from your opponent. And the refinery gets deployed, so as long as the refinery gets saved, the build radius will be preserved. But this refinery is actually down below half health, and this is still quite a few Scorpions. How many Secret tanks will get free shots off here? They're free firing on the Scorpion tanks, surrounding the armies of Nod and destroying them. As there comes the Shard Launcher upgrade. It's a little bit later in the game, but it is a powerful upgrade nonetheless. And Dimitri shows the full might of his army, and AssassinSpy is on the run down into the middle of the map, driving past the defensive tower, losing a couple of units for it. The range on the defensive tower is absolutely insane as well. It appears that if you're in range of it, when it fires, those shots will follow you until the ends of the earth or something like that. One Harvester getting targeted. The bike's finally finding a kill. It may be 7.5 minutes in before they've done it, but they might find another. The shields on these Harvesters doing massive work to keep the Reaper 17 economy online. And Dimitri, he may be pushing the attack bikes away, but he's not sitting back on his laurels. He is crossing the map with his Shard Seekers and trying to find some damage on the other side of the map. Scorpion tanks are there to defend, and it's a bit of a mix-up on the defense in the south. Dimitri manages to push the units away, but he hasn't caught and killed them yet. Could also just go for the growth stimulator and just go for the easy kill, because it does have such little health, and is that the Harvester doesn't die, then you're gonna feel foolish having tried to kill it. Couple of more shots, but not a lot of shots left. The bike and the buggy desperately right on the edge of death there managed to get the kill because the Seeker tanks stopped shooting them. The Seekers come in. Attenuated force fields have finally finished up for the Scrin side of the match, and Tib Troopers, a lot of Tib Troopers. This is not just a couple of Tib Troopers that you get from selling something off. Fresh Outpost has been deployed. Second Refinery is now up and running there at the third base, and AssassinSpy has gone for the expansion point. So he has taken that free expansion there that is already built, and instead of going for the MCV move all the way up the hill. No third base for the Marked of Kane. And if Dimitri has anything to say about it, there will be no third base there ever. As he's rolling around with his Seeker tanks, he doesn't want to engage. There's a lot of potential EMPs, but that's where the force fields come in. Those shields do give you the ability to absorb one of the EMP blasts, and it does knock down your force fields, but it does allow your opponents to keep moving. And, well, in this case, AssassinSpy isn't able to catch or kill really anything there on the high ground. At the same time, Dimitri isn't actually able to stop that third base from being deployed. So it felt like Dimitri had a big advantage in the first 7.5 minutes of the game or so. And if you look at the income tab, he does still have an advantage. 25,000 more resources gathered, but the army value of both players is equal, so it's not going to be a total nothing for AssassinSpy, but Mechapedes are powerful units, and AssassinSpy doesn't find a good angle of engagement. No real EMPs land until it's too late. The army has already been engaged upon, and the Mechapedes don't have an easy answer from this army. So even though the value is or close together, with the Mechapedes not being shut down, finally one does get shut down, and that's going to be a kill. This is the stuff that AssassinSpy needed to do at the first sign of engagement. He lost the first strike in that fight, but he won the second one by catching that Mechapede and killing it off. But of course, you're going to have to do that many more times because an Eradicator Hexapod just stepped out onto the field. EMP, one lands. You got to hope there's going to be more than that. The defensive tower putting in work as well. And AssassinSpy can win this game, but he's going to have pretty much perfect EMP control versus Dimitri. Shard mechas can be difficult to deal with. Eradicators difficult to deal with. Shard Seekers difficult to deal with. But if the EMPs land, if Dimitri doesn't handle these engagements well, then AssassinSpy can absolutely still take this game. But like I said, it's going to have to be pretty much close to perfect. First two EMPs land, and they are solid. There's the chain EMP on the Eradicator. Mechapedes moving in, but this army doesn't have enough damage to engage both targets at once. So I guess they're just going to choose to stay on the Eradicator. Big EMP lands. No Seeker tanks are coming in, so Dimitri isn't even fighting with all of his army here. Eradicator is finally back online, and where there are more EMPs, we need probably 5 more to win this fight. 2 Mechapedes down. The rest of the Mechapedes are going to try and run away. Eradicator back online. Is there a fresh EMP to lock it down? It's healed back up so much because of the Corruptors. As the Scorpion tanks swing around to deal with the Corruptors, we now need a chain EMP. Phase 1 has actually been won by AssassinSpy, but we now need chain EMP to lock down this Eradicator, and there is going to be the phase to keep that Eradicator alive for now. It comes online. The Crush lands on one Scorpion, and the slow from the Tib Troopers might actually be a critical piece of this fight. Now, behind all of this, there is still an attack on the left side. Dimitri moves into the third base of AssassinSpy, and he will find it undefended. It's just a bunch of Harvs, and they're getting sharded as these Shard Seekers blast 2 in moments. The rest of the army is going to respond over from the Stasis Shield, which is now locked the Eradicator safely in another dimension. And AssassinSpy, he has managed to hold off 2 of the waves of attack, but in the middle, Dimitri has gone up to 16K in income. He has got a ton of cash in the bank to put into whatever he wants. He can just go mass disintegrators and wash over the entire map with pure disintegrator firepower if he wants. More Corruptors showing up, and the army of AssassinSpy is slow to respond. This might be the saving move here by Dimitri to get his Eradicator out of this awful spot that he has found himself in. Another EMP, and it misses. It whiffs on the Eradicator. More EMPs landing on the Corruptors. AssassinSpy manages to find the Eradicator. Again, he finds this kill, which is so critical, but he just can't land the damage to end it all as the Overlord's Wrath comes in on top of the Enlightened, and these Awakened Enlightened squads are just not enough by themselves. The Eradicator will finally fall. The Mechapede swarming over, and Dimitri still has 10 grand in the bank. AssassinSpy can't be everywhere at once, and he'll lose the Harvesters at the third base. Half harvested as his army evaporates to the Mechapedes, and AssassinSpy taps out. GG gets called, and AssassinSpy puts up a good fight. Dimitri gets slack in his macro, and in the end, AssassinSpy loses, but he put up a good fight nonetheless. And it's off to another favorite, Tournament Crater. Almost always great matches on this map. And maybe we'll have one here today in the north. Now, playing SteelTalons. This is Dimitri. It's a hard hat with a handgun, and it's his chosen faction to win out this series 3-0 versus the blue Marked of Kane in the south versus AssassinSpy, which is sort of a great gamer name because you're combining two things that you typically do in video games: assassinate people and spy, and you just sort of mush that together into your gamer name, and it's a great battle mage kind of name for a player. Tournament Crater, it looks a little bit different visually, but I think layout wise there aren't any changes between this and the non-lava variant of this map. It is an extremely short walk to your natural expansion. You deploy on the high ground typically, and then you have a third that does slow grow over time. So it starts empty and then it grows, but then you do also have a pretty safe, sometimes we see harvesters go down here, but a pretty safe blue Tiberium in the pocket for both players. This gives the opportunity for a ton of cash off of two bases. The combination of the blue field and the short walk to your natural means that there is a huge 5 to 6 minute income spike where players can just power up huge, expensive late game armies. The other thing that's unique about this map is the very close EMP control centers, one for each player, and then the split on the tib spikes. So occasionally we will see a player rush an airfield and then send out 2 additional engineers to capture their opponent's tib spikes, but that's not that common of a strat. It is a map that can be tragic right in between the natural expansion and the third base, because it's such a short walk between your main and your natural, and then such a long distance from your natural to your third. But you do also have these expansion points. They're just on the opposite side of where you would want them to be. So it is an extremely long line from your main base over to this expansion point at the third base. And so that's why I feel like a lot of times these games, they get decided in between the natural and the third. This kind of a place is where the game will end. A player will get caught there, or a player will go for a third too early, and that'll become the focus of their opponent, and they'll just smash them at that third base. Overall, very normal openings for the first 3 minutes of game number 3. Dimitri has had 2 pretty strong victories. Not totally flawless there. The 17k of float in that last game was perhaps the biggest mistake that he made. If he had produced all of that, if he had turned all of that cash into army, he would have won that game sooner, and he would have won that game more convincingly. He definitely let AssassinSpy have lots of comeback opportunities, and AssassinSpy was doing a decent job. It took the phase and the stasis and a couple of big counterattacks for Dimitri to actually win that previous game, despite the fact that he was 20-something thousand up in income at like before the 10-minute mark. So he was in a really commanding position in many ways and just wasn't able to actually finish it out. EMP Control Center going to be targeted. Dimitri looking for the rematch versus Senna, and so close to it. Ooh, I gotta use it EMP coming in here from AssassinSpy. I feel like I'm gonna lose it, so I'm just gonna fire off the EMP, and it ends up not really doing much at all. But if you do lose it, you might as well fire it off once at something. So you try as much as you can to get value, but we do occasionally see those EMPs come in absolutely clutch later in the game. And okay, I didn't know that was a feature, but we do have an explosive GDI fuel tank on each side, so a fuel depot that can be ignited by either player. Scorpion tank's going to be pushing back those pit bulls, and we do finally get a pretty decent pit bull spam game. A couple of Titans as the follow-up, a couple of Wolverines. AP ammo has finished up, and it's going to be Hammerheads as well. So Hammerheads will have free reign over the Scorpion tanks. Scorps don't shoot up, and AssassinSpy manages to grab the defensive tower, but it looks like it's going to be Combat Engineers spread out to the most interesting capturable structures. Is this going to get through, or is it going to die just barely? This Vox manages to get directly over top of AssassinSpy's MCV, and nobody has seemingly noticed just yet. The buggy gets the kill. Dimitri almost has an amazing moment there, but it just doesn't end up happening. Radar jamming missile fires off behind the scenes, and the tip spike will get killed off, but so will all of these Scorpion tanks. That's a lot of dead Scorps on the side of AssassinSpy, and he has managed to stop one of the engineers. Has he managed to stop all of the engineers? He actually might have. The engineers were supposed to grab the defensive tower. They didn't. We're supposed to grab something over here. They didn't. And I thought there was going to be another engineer over here on the left side, but that didn't happen. We have an ion control center here from Dimitri, but that's a 7-minute timer, and so if he wants to actually utilize it, if he wants to actually fire it off, it will mean quite a while before he can do that. It's a slow move out from the SteelTalons, as he has got Titans roaming their way across the map. Railguns, it looks like, is about 60% complete. And, well, avatars making their way onto the map. No EMP coils on these Raider buggies, but we do have the beginnings of a beam cannon buildup here by AssassinSpy. Dimitri taking shots from this defensive tower. I can't believe the defensive tower range actually reaches all the way to the edges of the lava there. Orca Strike getting called in on top of it, and it will be a couple of Harvesters getting caught in the back line as the defensive tower gets absorbs a shot there, and the Grenadiers moving across the map. Railguns have finally been upgraded, so this is now a full power SteelTalons army with AP ammo on the Wolverines and with railguns on the Titans. They do have a lot of power within themselves. The pit bulls continuing to find. That's an EMP. That's what we're looking for here, as the tip core missiles have been activated by the Nod player, and one stealth tank did manage to avoid that EMP, but the Avatar is now out, and the Avatar is not so easily dealt with. Two Harvesters walk right through all of the Titans, and he manages to survive the first strike, but he doesn't make it through the crowd. However, these Titans are now surrounded. Avatars on one side, stealth tanks on the other, and the Titans are just going to commit into the attack, and they're going to go as deep as they can into enemy territory. Dimitri taking the expansion on the right side of the map, and that's a stealth tank that does have to dodge and weave. The Redeemer stepping out onto the field as these Titans split up to try and cause as much chaos and destruction as they possibly can, targeting down an upgraded power plant and trying to shut down that refinery as well. And he is just marching his way anywhere that he possibly can. Stealth tanks on the north in the middle of the map. They're going to be trying to trade blows with Dimitri. And Dimitri continuing to just walk his Titans all the way to the back of the main base. He's going to get the War Factory. He might even get the Tier 3 as well, as that's the next target that is nearby. And the Avatars are slow to close the distance. Maybe the Titans could have gotten a little bit of extra distance, but the army has now arrived, and the Titans will not be able to escape. They are going to be trying to get the tech lab, trade themselves for that. They don't actually get it, and the Mammoth finds a crush on a Harvester, gets one on the dock, and Dimitri finding every kill that he can. Down to 3 Harvesters is AssassinSpy, and Dimitri is just everywhere on the map with just about everything that the SteelTalons arsenal could ask for. The only thing he doesn't have is an easy way to lock down this Marv. He might fire off shockwave artillery at it, but he also might just let the Mammoth deal with it himself. The Mammoth actually is going to get crushed. He didn't move it out of way in time, and surely Dimitri knows about this Redeemer, but maybe he doesn't, as a second Mammoth tank gets crushed. And Dimitri having trouble dealing with the stealth Redeemer that is stomping around in his production area. And the Redeemer can kind of just hang out here and wait for another Mammoth tank to spawn in and then crush it as soon as it does spawn. Ooh, he misses that. There's no... Where's the scan? There should be a scan from the watchtower. There should be a stealth reveal from that watchtower, but it's not actually happening. And the Harvesters are dangerously close to getting crushed. EMP grenades could land. No, he hasn't actually gotten the upgrade. So the ion cannon control is going to be targeted by AssassinSpy. He believes that Dimitri is going to use this, and the Mammoth's now getting jumped on. 3 more Mammoths showing up to the fight, and EMP grenade's going to be activated here. Rage Gen fires off, and it will... I don't know that it's going to do anything because the EMP grenade's already landing on the Mammoth tanks. There's going to be AssassinSpy shutting down the Mammoths on the north of this field. Grenadiers going to town on this Redeemer, and never has a unit so powerful been attacked by things so feeble as Dimitri is going to try and kill a Redeemer with just Grenadiers. A couple of rocket squads as well, and the EMP grenades. Can another one land to actually shut this Redeemer down and keep it offline? The Mammoth tanks have all gone down, and the Avatars reclaiming double beam status to burn down that War Factory. Dimitri gets the kill. AssassinSpy loses the Redeemer to just squads of infantry, and the Grenadiers burn down those rocket squads with ease, just absolutely devastating this army that is attacking the GDI base. Double Avatar Husk waiting to be claimed by... Oh no, he's gonna snipe the Husks. Good move there by AssassinSpy. Gets the kill on a couple of Grenadier squads as well. It has turned suddenly into a very weird game where Dimitri was ahead for, again, 30k more total resources gathered. Dimitri being ahead for a while, getting even the ion cannon control, but now in this awkward position where so much of his army has been spread out and destroyed. That Redeemer got so much value. The Avatars as well, the EMPs just doing massive damage to everything that Dimitri has, and AssassinSpy similarly has just taken so much damage. The Behemoths have basically not been utilized. They have been sitting over there on the left side of the map. There's going to be the scan, and where's going to be the ion cannon as it's ready to fire off, and it will find a commando as well. Good night. Just far enough away, everything evaporates, but the commando survives. and that will be something that we don't see very often. A commando exist at all, but then also a commando surviving an ion cannon blast and actually survives a hammerhead as well. I don't know that Dimitri has clocked exactly that there is a commando out on the field. This commando will finally get shut down. Okay, there's the hammerhead passing by and just annihilates that commando. Engineer coming out. I have to assume it's an engineer. Yes, it is going to be an engineer. Immediately suppressed and going for the MCV steal as well. Is he actually going to get it? Has AssassinSpy not noticed this? Okay, he does pack up the MCV just in time, and now the hammerheads are going to try and kill off the MCV to teach it a lesson. There's the sell-off of something to try and get an awakened out to snipe the engineer, and the engineer you saw even got out its gun to shoot the MCV. The engineer goes down, the shredder turret's there just in time, and the EMP catches the hammerheads. It's a one and done for those flying boys, and Dimitri is seemingly refusing to use his behemoths. I've never seen someone have 5 behemoths and just not do anything with them. It's so rare that we see a lot of behemoths at all because not a lot of players play SteelTalons, but when you've got 5 juggernauts or 5 behemoths, why would you just keep them in your base? AssassinSpy could have lost this refinery, this entire base, probably just to the behemoths, and instead they're just sitting in the third base of Dimitri. That tier 3 that was never actually killed off. Dimitri now has an opportunity to capture it. He wasn't able to kill it, but he will be able to capture it, it seems. As the third base, the natural expansion of AssassinSpy is now under threat. The Bloodhounds get called in, or rather the SteelTalons equivalent of it. In the EMP control center, or is he going to go for the MCV? There's engineers just everywhere. For some reason, Dimitri, he doesn't want to finish out the game. He wants to make this one a goofy one, as he is feeling very confident versus AssassinSpy and willing to just wait it out. Rockets will smash into that engineer, and another engineer going down. The Orca Strike comes in. Maybe a little bit mistimed. Maybe the Orca Strike was supposed to take the heat from the rockets. Dimitri going for another engineer, so he really is trying to accomplish something else. He is not going for the straight up normal version of it, of a kill on AssassinSpy. And it's going to be another Redeemer. The first one did a lot to help AssassinSpy be in a position to stay in the game. Maybe not to win the game. He actually goes double awakened into the Redeemer. Not something we've really ever seen, because why would you go awakened when there are so many better options to stick in a Redeemer? But in this case, you do get to see the giant guns on the top. A couple of pit bulls going to be going down. Heavy harvesters could be some easy targets after that. Starting to perhaps even rank up this Redeemer, as he's going to get some free shots on these harvesters. Gets the Wolverine. Yeah, nice easy kills there. And out of nowhere, this game just hit the pause button. We have slowed way down. Both players ignoring the blue Tiberium. This is a crazy amount of cash that is available to both players in the corner of the map. And they're both ignoring it. Stealth tanks come in, but that will be the end of one behemoth. Whoa. MRTs, what is even, is that an engineer inside of the MRT getting a kill, like shooting his gun out at these units? Stealth tanks picking off MRTs, grenadiers inside of these guys as well. EMP lands on these stealth tanks, and the repair, I guess, will keep everything alive. What a goofy fight. I've never seen Grenadiers try to bomb out stealth tanks like that, but you've seen it now, and you've seen it once and probably never again. Another hammerhead goes down to the stealth tanks. AssassinSpy reclaiming his natural expansion, which has been long distance harvested for quite a while by Dimitri, who is going for more and more engineers. AssassinSpy not tapping out of this game. His tournament life is on the line. He is out of this group. If he does anything, if he loses this game, it is do or die. So he's wanting to stay in there. But Dimitri, he is trying to do something else with this game. And it's going to be 5 engineers, all getting into aux transports to try and, I don't know if he's going for the MCV or if he just wants to get a bunch of funny engineer captures of his opponent's buildings. He might want the MCV specifically so that he can get a war factory out and produce a unit with it, which is one of the bounties here in Chrono Clash 2 that any player can potentially achieve. Ion cannon control now going to be under threat. Less than a minute on the clock until the next time that it fires off. And the stealth tanks seem to be unopposed. So they are just going to target it down, and there we go. Like a lot of things in this game, it feels like it matters, and then it doesn't matter, and then it does matter, and then it doesn't matter. And there's the MCV getting caught, and there's going to be the MCV transferring ownership over to Dimitri. The repeat EMPs, the many Grenadiers are here, and an engineer even hops inside the con yard to get it back up to full health. Everything else gets annihilated eventually by the Redeemer, but no, the Grenadiers have survived, and now the Mammoth tanks are going to be backing off. Keep in mind that there's like 5 behemoths that could have been free firing that whole time, 4 behemoths at least that could have been free firing that whole time, and now it's a double vet stealth tank. We've seen this one before. Dimitri is going for the goofy build. Dimitri is trying to do something else. He's got the power plant, he's got the refinery. He can get a war factory now. Okay, no, there's the power plant. He's going to deploy it on the front line where it can be easily destroyed. And now he's just got to buy enough time for that. He's brought the behemoths over. Now he's bringing his army in. EMP lands, but this kept the heat off of the Redeemer, off of the MCV, as there is going to be an awakened squad to EMP the Redeemer. So I may not have an EMP control center ready to fire off, but instead I've got awakened EMPs here to go. And the behemoths find the damage against the Redeemer, but they change targets. They change their targets over to another area, and there is going to be the war factory. This is the bounty run, so we'll see if anyone has managed to do it faster or earlier than Dimitri. Has he actually produced a unit with it? I don't know that he did. I mean, I assume he must have, right? He must have made a bike or a buggy or something with it. I would have to. Well, he's lost the war factory now, so I'm not sure that he actually produced anything with it. But we'll see. I may have to re-review this. Is that a... Okay, no, it's a heroic rocket squad. It's not a heroic mammoth tank. 2 double vet stealth tanks. And yeah, I guess I've always assumed that watchtowers had stealth detection, but I guess they don't. And AssassinSpy, he built another MCV. I'm not actually sure what happened to it. I guess it went down. And Dimitri, he's gonna lose another behemoth to these stealth tanks. The stealth tanks have now killed at least 2 of the behemoths of Dimitri. And they can actually they could rank up maybe on the war factory. Just do damage to the war factory, maybe even get the Titan that emerges out. Ooh, that is a dangerous game to play, but the right one gets the rank up. If you do enough damage to a war factory or to a building, you can rank up without actually killing it, as you can see there. And now the stealth tanks have, one has gone heroic, and the other one is double vet, close to heroic. And there is, okay, so there, that stealth tower, that watchtower was able to stealth reveal. Heroic stealth tank versus a heroic rocket squad, and the Mammoth tank is going for the crush, but he doesn't have enough speed to close the distance. The rockets going to be attacking the rear and side armor of that Mammoth tank, so they get 2 kills there. That's 2 double vet rocket squads, and somehow AssassinSpy is still here in this game, causing problems for Dimitri. And I think AssassinSpy is kind of dead in the sense of, I guess, his MCV, his second MCV got sniped, and he does have tib spikes, so he can keep producing. You know, as long as the game goes on, he can keep producing with his 2 tib spikes. Another ranked up unit. This is so many ranked up units over the course of this game. We've seen more heroic units in this one game than in perhaps the whole of the rest of Chrono Clash, and that is 2 fully heroic stealth tanks. The one that was a little bit further away from the units ends up being caught by the EMP, and everything else is not. He's not going to be able to EMP the stealth tank. I'm not sure. He does have awakened squads there. The EMP whiffs. Dimitri misses the EMP, and there's going to be an engineer out onto the field, but it does get run over, and that is a dead MCV. That's a dead couple of husks, and the stealth tanks back away. AssassinSpy's hero stealth tanks, and he's also keeping the rest of his base, which is just these 2 structures. So yeah, he doesn't have an MCV. He doesn't really have anything. And the Titans, another Titan was about to be produced, so we'll see if these 4 Titans are enough for Dimitri to actually kill off those stealth tanks. There's the refinery still here for Dimitri. Wait. What? Does Dimitri not have an MCV? And now he doesn't have a war factory either, so he's got an amazing economy, but I think he's got no way to actually produce anything. And these are hero stealth tanks, which are now going to just run the map. It's AssassinSpy. AssassinSpy just has to hold off the attack, and then that's actually going to be it from Dimitri, who has played his hand in every direction and found himself at the end of all things with nothing left. He's holding air. I didn't realize he had lost all of his MCVs. Somehow, some way, he lost every single MCV in this game, and that's it. He just taps out. He realizes he can't get the win, and AssassinSpy just pulls out a win from nowhere, from nothing. The ion cannon meant nothing, and AssassinSpy gets his first win in the series. He will not be clean swept by Dimitri, who could have won that game and then ultimately did not. And let's go into game number 4. Welcome back to the Badlands, the final stand of AssassinSpy. He may have won the goofiest game of the tournament, but he is not through it yet. Playing the Mark of Kane, this is the Assassin. And meanwhile, regretting his mistakes in game number 3. Close to a clean sweep, but now fighting in game number 4. This is Dimitri. Vanilla Scrin is the choice for Dimitri. He's going to get his 3 tib spikes nice and easy. He's got the stasis shield. He's got the phase field. He's got... Oh, no! Some of you have just learned that the ball from the hand of Nod can and does do damage. And wow, okay, we got some fast legs coming out from this Marked of Kane player. This was supposed to be 3 engineers out to the north, so this is a lot of cash. That's a buzzer. That buzzer just passed by 2 engineers. Dimitri doesn't realize what he just walked by. Oh, wow. This is not good, and it's a Shadow Team rush as well. Something we haven't seen in forever. A Shadow Team rush and multi-engineer. This was supposed to be 3 engineers, so this might have been a full 3 spike grab. He was going for 3 spikes, and now he's just going to get the 2 that are in the back of Dimitri's base, but it looks like he's going to get them. He could also sabotage the tib spikes, and no, he doesn't decide to sabotage them. He does instead just go for the capture, and Dimitri is now going to be perhaps incredibly annoyed. Oh, he does sabotage that tib spike, though. And now he decides, I don't want to sabotage the other one. I'm just going to go for the capture right here, right now. The Shadow Team Rush, it is not something we really see very often at all. It is rarely effective. It might actually kind of be effective here, depending on how long these Tiberium spikes go, remain on the side of AssassinSpy. But if those tib spikes remain on AssassinSpy's side for 3 or 4 minutes, then this Shadow Team Rush will actually have been worth it. Not because of the Shadow Team Rush per se, but because of the tib spike capture that it enabled. And AssassinSpy angry that he lost his 3rd engineer, that he wasn't able to grab all 3 tib spikes from his opponent. Does bomb out that tib spike a little bit there. Dimitri, $3,000 in the bank because of how awkward this opening has been. And that is one thing about the Shadow Team Rush. Even though it's not a particularly good build in terms of actually getting you ahead in the game, it can cause your opponent to get off their plan and make mistakes, be slow in ways that they wouldn't normally be. Secret Tank is going to reveal those Shadow Teams, and now they are going to manage to escape. So the Shadow Teams, they do pull away. For now, they are just being kept alive as scouts, looking for an opportunity. If you could get the upgraded power plant, that would be amazing. But until this army moves out, those Shadow Teams can't really do anything. They're going to bomb out the MCV. It doesn't do anything per se, but they can do it. They can make that move, and then they will sort of dodge and weave away. Dimitri not moving his units anywhere. He wants to guard this reactor. He's keeping an eye on the upgraded power plant. He does almost have attenuated force fields. It is very close to finishing up here for the Scrin player, and Dimitri will find himself in an okay position now that we've gotten past the first 4.5 minutes of awkwardness. He's got a couple of Scorpion tanks out to deal with, so hopefully his Seekers are able to deal with that. I think that was a portal that just got deleted. EMP actually lands on the attenuated force field, so it will remove them from those first 3 Seeker tanks. Harvester is going to have to escape away to another location. One Harvester very low on health here as the Scorpion tanks get the extra shots that they need, and they knock it down. Seeker tanks now going to be going toe-to-toe with those Scorpions, and that's never something that you want as the Scrin player, and the force fields do certainly help with that, but with no portal, it means no photon cannons to help defend against this attack, and another bomb from the Shadow Teams means that it's low power mode for Dimitri. Both players on low power mode for the brief moments there, and the Scorpion tanks just pushing past the front line. They're going to target the portal again, and they're going to stop any potential photon cannon from being deployed. More Harvesters being targeted, and it's just more Scorpion tanks, 2 or 3 or 4 at a time, crossing the map for the Marked of Kane player, and AssassinSpy is just going all out aggression in game number 4. He's just going crazy with the attacks, and he's just not stopping. Finally, descents are coming out. Finally, Dimitri will be able to stabilize. He loses some Harvesters to be able to do it, but he at least still has 7, and all 7 of those Harvesters over to the natural expansion will give him a very solid economy. Behind this, it's a double refinery at the natural for AssassinSpy, so he is no slouch himself when it comes to economy. After all of this, most things have evened out, but AssassinSpy still has the double tip spike at the back of this base. So this is a 5 Tiberium spike Marked of Kane economy. You got to keep that in mind. Way in the back there, 2 additional spikes for AssassinSpy and not for Dimitri, as those Shadow Teams have bought so much for AssassinSpy in this game. This is so many Scorpion tanks. The Shadow teams have distracted Dimitri by so much. They have caused so many little problems for him that normally wouldn't be a big deal. And there we go. Dimitri does manage to get one of the tip spikes back. The other one was sabotaged, so he loses the engineer. That's 500 bucks down the drain. And now the Scorpion tanks and the buggies going to be threatening at the natural expansion. 7 minutes is the recapture time there for Dimitri. So AssassinSpy getting a lot of value out of those engineers, and it would have been even better if he had been able to get all 3 of the tip spikes, but at least he got the 2 for the time that he had them, and that has again afforded him now this triple War Factory quad War Factory setup that he has gone for here. He's got Operations Center, so Dozer Blades will be coming up soon, and the army value is massively on the side of AssassinSpy. This is not like earlier where the army value was equal, but the Mechapeds were just such a better engage tool for the Scrin player. This is 33k of army supply for AssassinSpy versus the 12 grand for Dimitri. There is just so much more here. And yeah, if Dimitri had maybe EMPs on his side, then he could really even things up. But if the EMPs come in, it'll be from AssassinSpy. Dimitri doesn't want to engage into the storm column. That is one way that he could lose a lot of units, is fighting under a storm column and against photon cannons. But as long as AssassinSpy doesn't just sit on the edge and lose units, as long as he either attacks in all the way or he backs off, he will be fine. Looking for the angle. AssassinSpy is going to try and drive past the defenses so that he can get more units in range of them. And here come the Enlightened Squad. There's the first EMP landed. He shuts down the storm column as the photon cannons go down. It's going to be just about these Shard Seekers that are here for the Scrin player. And AssassinSpy closes in on the natural expansion of Dimitri. This is mass Scorpion, mass Buggy, even a couple of Enlightened Squads here, as well as more EMPs land. And this Stasis Shield is going to lock down so much of this army, but it's still so much more for AssassinSpy. He's putting the Scrin in the dirt, and he has turned his 0-2 into a 2-2. AssassinSpy evens up the score and sends us into the ace match. The hope springs eternal for the reverse sweep from AssassinSpy. And this is it. It all comes down and it all gets burned down here on Hampstead Gardens in the north. This is Dimitri. He's playing SteelTalons once again, and in the south as the Marked of Kane, this is AssassinSpy. Coming down from a 0-2 deficit to make this score 2-2-2. This guy has been putting up a fight in every game, but with no success until the last 2. It has been a tough fight for AssassinSpy, but at least he has finally gotten here. And this has been a hard-fought series for both players. Dimitri, I think he does claim 2 of the bounties there in that tournament crater game. He gets the ion cannon usage. I haven't seen all of the other games, but I haven't heard anyone claim that they were able to get a super weapon, actually fire it off. And he did produce a war factory. And I was thinking you had to produce a unit from the war factory, but no, you just have to build a war factory with a stolen MCV. And so far, no one else has made a claim that they have those games. So for now, it seems like Dimitri has claimed those 2 bounties. But he lost the game, so he's not going to be feeling good about that, because it could have been a 3-0. He could have been going for his rematch versus Senna at this point. And instead, he's here in a Game 5 versus AssassinSpy. And for Dimitri, I think all you have to do is kind of steady yourself and go back to the basics, go back to what you're good at. And I mean, in this case, he could have even gone for one of the Scrin factions, maybe even returned to Reaper 17 and gone for a big ground army and just go for that 2 to 3 base style, with a big ground army, a nice set of units between seeker tanks with the shard upgrade, between mechapedes, and then between the Eradicator Hexapod. You have a really powerful army there that is difficult to deal with and gives you a lot of cross-map potential, gives you the ability to hit almost anywhere and hit hard. That's another stolen Tib Spike. So now AssassinSpy has stolen 3 Tiberium Spikes away from Dimitri. Although on Tournament Odyssey, I'm pretty sure that Dimitri stole a Tib Spike away from AssassinSpy. But AssassinSpy has been doing it in more style with the last game and this. Which, like, we're going to call that a successful Shadow Team rush. It has been a long time since there is a genuinely successful Shadow Team rush. Players are just so much better at dealing with it than they once were. And the game and the balance has changed a little bit. So Shadow Team rushes just aren't very good. They were much better earlier on in the game's life cycle. There was actually a guy who came up with an even more all-in Shadow Team rush. There was like an MCV style Shadow Team rush, and he called it the ultimate Shadow Team rush. And that guy, he probably caused a lot of problems on the ladder. And then, oh, he powers down the refinery, but not soon enough. The bikes show up, and AssassinSpy gets the kill. That's one in the dirt. And Kane's going to be happy about that one, but he'll be even happier if you tell him that he didn't do it once, you did it twice. That's 2 dead harvesters, and that should be 7 on the count for Dimitri, but it's only 5 as the bikes roll up into the main base, and they find 2 more kills. Dimitri on the other side of the map trying to find the same kind of success, but now this is an open base, and this is 5, 6, 7 bikes. 5, 6, 7 harvesters were once here, and now it's down to 4. It's down to 3 as the pitfalls come over, and there's about to be the same number of harvesters as there are refineries out on the map. And AssassinSpy, he's in the back line with the assassination on the harvesters. The last couple of shots coming in, and the bikes will die. The harvester survives, and AssassinSpy has completely gutted Dimitri's economy. That has to be one of the biggest tilting moves in the early game. MCV still remains for Dimitri, but Dimitri has pretty much been dominant on the economy in every single game of this series. And now he's behind. For the first time at the 5-minute mark, he's not leading in this game. He is trailing. And now 6K behind, 4 harvesters to 7. He's had to cut production on his war factories, turning them back to building harvesters to make that happen so that he can try and catch up to where AssassinSpy is. And in the meantime, AssassinSpy has a column of tanks headed towards that natural expansion. You better stop the tanks before they get to your MCV, or it's going to be a big building going down. It's going to be a big boy. You need a big coffin when the MCV is the one getting the funeral. Tanks have found the MCV. This is not just 5 tanks sneaking in, and that's another harvester. Someone call Kane, because we're doing it again. It's deja vu, or it's Groundhog Day, because I've seen this one before, and it doesn't end well. Dimitri falls apart in game number 5, and AssassinSpy just needs to finish the job. He's so close to just running this game over, but he can't stop now. The MCV goes down, and Dimitri is just grasping at straws to try and pull anything together in this game. 20K of army versus just 10, and the GG gets called. Dimitri has been defeated, and AssassinSpy completes the 3-0 reverse sweep. It is all or nothing in game number 5, and it's all coming up AssassinSpy. Dimitri will fall out of Group C, and AssassinSpy advances to face Senna in the qualifying match. It's qualification time here on Winter Meltdown for game number 5 of the final best of 5 from Group C. One player will advance on into playoffs into the round of 12, and one player will fall out of the tournament. In the north, playing the blue, Marked of Kane. This is AssassinSpy coming through an amazing series versus Dimitri. Meanwhile, on the south side, falling down against Masterleaf, but rising here to have another chance to make it into playoffs. This is Senna. Playing Zocom, which is the same faction that Dimitri chose for his game number 1. Game number 2 was followed up by Reaper 17, so we'll see if Senna follows up a Zocom game with a Reaper 17 game. And something strange is going on here. But in this case, it will be Zocom. Will we see a bunch of infantry from Zocom? Dimitri really didn't go for infantry as Zocom. He went for pit bulls and APCs, and that ended up working fine. It did manage to get the win. But Zocom with the tip field suits do have some powerful infantry options, and maybe Senna will lean more into that, and maybe that's the reason why he has chosen that Zocom here for game number 1. Meanwhile, Harvester number 5, it's a little bit delayed here. 4 and 5 were both a little bit later for AssassinSpy. Might have been he just got a couple of extra early scouts. Maybe he can make up for that delayed 4th and 5th Harvester by getting the EMP on the Conyard, being annoying over here at the natural expansion. But it's a macro-oriented opener from both players. So we have moves towards the natural expansion. We have a quick 5 and 6 harvesters for both players. And the only real tussle out on the map is these scouting squads, which have gone through each other's bases, and then now they're trying to shut down. He's just being annoyed. AssassinSpy is just managing to find every opportunity to do any bit of damage that he can to Senna. And I mean, hey, in that last game, AssassinSpy managed to find an amazing amount of damage at the natural expansion of Dimitri with a couple of bikes and some, actually just bikes. For that first wave, it was pure bikes. In this case, it is going to be bikes mixed in with a couple of buggies as well. Unfortunately for AssassinSpy, Senna actually has his pit bulls still back at home, and he's got a second war factory here on the front line as well. So he's going to have those fresh reinforcements. He's going to have the repairs as well. One pit bull does go down. AssassinSpy playing aggressively on the Senna side of the map. I'm not sure how much he's actually going to be able to get done, and okay, he does back off now. Senna has deployed his refineries, well, his MCV really, a bit far away from the natural expansion. Ideally, the refineries would be much closer to the Tiberium. AssassinSpy has done the exact same thing. So both players are going to have a long drive for their harvesters. Their overall income is going to be slightly lower because of that compared to a map where they have a better relationship with the natural expansion. Scorpion's gonna help get a kill on a couple of these pit bulls. Always nice if the Awakened squads can make it back home for the defense. In this case, they haven't been able to do that, so AssassinSpy still has those units, which, you know, they do provide a little bit of vision, a little bit of scouting and intelligence for AssassinSpy to operate with, but so often the defensive player has such an easier time if they're able to land 1 or 2 critical EMPs. They make that defense that much easier. And when you've got GDI versus Nod units, the Predator tanks can be such a problem for the Nod player to deal with. Okay, not if they're able to catch them out in the middle of the map, but it's just a pit bull going down on the Zocom side, and it's 2 bikes going down, or even 3 bikes maybe going down on the Marked of Kane side. It's a tough thing when you're Marked of Kane, trying to be aggressive, trying to play out in the middle of the field, and then your opponent just keeps picking off your units, which makes your defense that much weaker. Second refinery has yet to be deployed at the natural expansion here, and both players going for that natural expansion early, but Senna, like he was ahead on the harvester count, he is ahead on the refinery count as well. And okay, there, AssassinSpy still hasn't gone for it because he instead went for the tier 3. So he can get Tib Core, he can get Supercharged Particle Beam, he can get some of these later game Marked of Kane upgrades that are often key for any late game fight. I have to imagine Tib Core is going to be a big focus for AssassinSpy. He's got so many bikes out roaming on the map, and it would be such a huge benefit to boost the damage of his bikes. They're going to get caught by the pit bulls. This is a perfect early warning system from Senna. He does get the vision on these attack bikes. He does see what is going on, and the decoy army will absorb a couple of shots there. Even the Hammerhead going to be getting tricked by that decoy army, and the hallucinations of Nod are a powerful thing indeed. Senna has now deployed his MCV over at the 3rd, and he has gone for a just slow and steady kind of a follow-up. He's got Predator tanks roaming the map. He's got Pit Bulls roaming the map. He's going for a 3rd base as well. No crazy aggressive plays from the Zocom player. He's just happy to play a little bit defensive, wait this one out, and turn it into a bit of a mid to late game push. And of course, he has to do something with these Predator tanks because they're not going to get better as the game goes on, so they can fight just fine versus these Scorpions who don't have Dozer Blades. The first EMP lands, and that'll allow AssassinSpy to get a couple of extra kills. That takes 3 or 4 tanks out of the fight, but you need more than 1 EMP. You need 3 or 4, and you need to deal with the Hammerheads as well. 1 EMP is not going to be enough, but maybe an Avatar will be enough. As the Avatar steps forward onto the front line, a second one shows up as well, and this will be enough to push back the tanks. A couple of tanks low on health. 2 of them could be popped as the Avatars close in. Do they want to commit all the way out into the wide open spaces of Winter Meltdown to try and get the kill on those tanks? The answer for now is no. No Tib Core. Oh, the upgrade just hasn't actually come in. Whatever he was researching, he is still researching. It either got paused because he didn't have the cash, or it got canceled and then restarted. Oftentimes, players will cancel it, get out a couple of critical units that they need, and then move on to getting the upgrade a second time after that. Avatars are out on the map. Everything is here, but none of it shoots up, which means the Hammerheads can not quite free fire because there is actually a rocket squad in these buildings. Hammerheads are not in particularly high numbers, but they do have AP ammo and ceramic armor. And there's going to be the Tib Core finally finishing up. The Predator tanks going for the surround on the Avatars. They're going to target down the SAM sites, at least the turrets on the edge. They're not doing much to help out those Hammerheads now, and it's 2 double beam Avatars. They have stolen the beams from those beam cannons, and this might be 2 dead Predator tanks on retreat. 1 more volley should finish it off right on the edge of range, and no, it doesn't happen. The SAM sites absorbing a couple of shots from those Predator tanks. The Avatars with the dual beam upgrade just put out so much more damage than you expect. And as the game has started, so it continues. Senna, 14k per minute versus the 9k of AssassinSpy. Senna, 103,000 total resources gathered versus the 80,000 of AssassinSpy. Senna started with a very slight economic lead in the beginning. Very slight harvester advantage, and that has continued, that has snowballed from that point forward. AssassinSpy is going to try and fix it all with this mid-game move. Middle of the map move, I should say. But of course, Senna is here to match it. Both players going for that double MCV life. Actually, I don't know that Senna AssassinSpy is. He's just going for the 1 MCV life. He can't afford 2 MCVs here, because AssassinSpy doesn't have the same economy that Senna does. But the Marv on this central field could suck up a bunch of this Tiberium, and then that means that AssassinSpy's hopes of the late game, middle of the map contested field economy will disappear. He has gone for this twice now. I have never seen the Redeemer with the supercharged beams on top, but it has now happened twice. in this tournament, but only from AssassinSpy. We've seen other Marked of Kane games, we've seen other Redeemers, but AssassinSpy is the only one who's actually going for the supercharged beams on top. Double engineer now here, double sonic emitter as well. Senna is going to be a problem in the middle of the map, and this is now a huge income boost as the rage gen does fire off. The tanks are just going directly for the avatars. The avatars are stealthed, which is why they keep kind of half disappearing like that. But the dual beam avatars just melting those tanks. The GDI war fund is going to be empty after they have to buy new metal for all of these tanks, because they just get melted by those double beam avatars. And that was somehow like the worst EMP that could have happened. It hit the sonic emitter, which was not in range of anything, but it didn't get both sonic emitters. It just got one, and then the Marv just pushes forward, and now there's a new sonic emitter onto the front line. Double obelisk gets deployed as well, but these sonic emitters and the Marv are going to blast through the Nod forces. It's a fight for the middle of the map, and the EMP does land, but the hammerheads are here, and where are the SAM sites? They're nowhere to be seen because AssassinSpy is strapped for cash. AssassinSpy has no economy, and it's going to be a hero rocket squad in the building, but it's not going to be enough to stop this GDI force as Senna has been dominating the economics. He is now dominating the middle of this map, and he doesn't even have like that insane of an army, but he's just got such a better position, and he's actually utilizing his army more. Meanwhile, the entire army value of AssassinSpy is up here in the north. It's going to be a double sonic emitter drop, and that may not show up on the army graph, but it will show up in the damage count to this Redeemer. Shockwave artillery locks down the Redeemer, and the entire frontline expansion of AssassinSpy has just been destroyed. There is nothing left, and the Harvesters may be the only kills that these Nod forces get. Zone Raiders on the front line to hold off the Redeemer until Big Boy Marv arrives to do battle in a straight-up 1v1. Avatar goes down. Rage Gen fires off. Everything else from the Zocom is gone, and it is a dead Redeemer. There's no contest here between AssassinSpy and Senna. It's coming up all Senna in game number 1. But that's how the Dimitri series started as well. Redeemer back on the way to stealth tanks. They're not heroes yet, and they're gonna have a lot of work ahead of them. This is gonna be an absolutely unbelievable game if Senna manages to lose it from this position. This would be just one of the greatest comebacks I have ever seen in Kane's Wrath. Normally, when you get into a situation where a couple of stealth tanks win the game, it's because the game has been really scrappy and there's been tons of fights and both players are taking a lot of damage. They've been whittled down all over the course of the game, and then the stealth tanks are able to like swing in and do some critical damage and knock down some key pieces of infrastructure. Ooh, the hammerhead will help get the kill as the Avatar falls, and Senna can actually go for the engineer capture on that husk as well if he wants. Stealth tanks avoid fighting the Marv. Again, when they've got the Tib core, they might be able to fire off a couple of volleys at the back of the Marv and back off. EMP may actually land, so maybe the stealth tanks come back to get a couple of volleys off. They're a little bit disjointed. They're not on top of the Marv right when the first EMP lands, so when they are driving so close to the Marv, they really need to get the volley at a distance and then get out of there. Pitbulls are chasing, hammerheads are chasing. It's a surround on these stealthy boys, and they are not going to be the heroes of Nod. They may be fanatical believers, but they can't win it by themselves. They are gone off the map, and they will have to try again another day. AssassinSpy not giving up. He may be down in army, in economy, in infrastructure, in map position, in base defenses, in the fact that his opponent has one of his stolen dual beam avatars, which is still stealthed. which I didn't actually realize it was still going to be stealthed, which means I think he's grabbed the stealth from some other unit and added that to the avatar. Beam cannons show up. Beam cannons. Venoms with the supercharged particle beam upgrade show up, and they do blast away at those hammerheads, but that's not going to last forever. Supersonic airstrike comes in, and it's a bunch of dead Venoms. It's a dead AssassinSpy. Hope for a comeback. Senna just in complete control of the map, complete control of this game, harvesting up this field in the bottom. Senna doesn't even have like some, amazing harvester count with an amazing amount of refineries or anything, but he's got the Marv, so he can absorb so much Tiberium. He can just pull it off of the map with the Marv, and then his harvesters can long distance harvest. He's only got 8 harvesters out on the map, which is not some crazy high number. It's fine for where he's at because there isn't a whole lot of Tiberium left on the map, but it's not some crazy high number, but his income is still really high, in part because of the Marv. 70,000 credits more harvested by Senna than AssassinSpy. And Senna, he is, I guess, being very careful. That's the way to put it. He's being very careful. There is still a Redeemer out on the field. There are these dual beam avatars that can burn through units and structures alike very easily and quickly. Hammerhead's going to be showing up, and, well, that's a critical piece of structure going down there. The Redeemer is already out, and Pitbulls are accompanying these Hammerheads, so they will manage to kill off at least one of the Venoms, and another Harvester going down as well. AssassinSpy just doesn't have a lot of Harvesters left on the map to use. And the Sonic Emitter gets the Redeemer right on the edge of range there. And the stolen avatar stomps his way across the map with the help of the rifles. Triple Sonic Emitter. And AssassinSpy is just being choked out from this game. Everything's coming up Senna, and it has been for 10 minutes. But AssassinSpy is still in the game, so Senna will slowly but surely march across the map and grind him down. There's only going to be dust left because the fire sale is coming out, and no, it's a Hand of Nod. What is the hope here? What is the plan for AssassinSpy? And there is going to be the Zorka Strike landing on the Conyard. More Sonic Emitters, more of everything from Senna. He's floating 7K as well. Not so much as he calls in Orbital Bombardment and Shockwave Artillery. Everything's raining down upon the Nod. And Hammerhead's showing up, the Marv showing up, the Sonic Emitters showing up. Everything's showing up. And AssassinSpy is going to be going down as Senna has a hold of game number 1, and the AssassinSpy just lost his MCV. Anything you could hope to try and come back in this game is being slowly taken away from AssassinSpy. Okay, there we go. Maybe these guys were typing to each other in the chat, discussing how the game and the tournament has been going so far, but AssassinSpy will tap out, and, well, Senna will go up 1-0 in game number 1. It took a while to get there, but he got there in the end, and it just wasn't close for most of it. It's back to Tournament Odyssey, and it's back to Marked of Kane, the one and only faction for the blue player in the top right-hand corner. This is AssassinSpy. Fighting it out until the end, making sure that he can show the best chance possible to come back in these games. But, well, it's not Reaper 17. It's Traveler 59 in the bottom left-hand corner playing the yellow. This is Senna. Looking good, feeling good after that game number 1. It was a very solid, confident, we expected that kind of a victory from Senna. Now, AssassinSpy has drained his bank account a little bit. He's down about $2,000 more than his opponent, and about 2 grand more than he would like to. And that is, of course, because he has gone for a mass number of Awakened. That is 5 Awakened squads. So it looks like he built 4 of them, and then he got 1 from the sell-off of that Hand of Nod. This has sort of been scouted by this buzzer. I don't think he actually saw all of the Awakened squads, and I think the whole goal here is just EMP. The MCV is actually already on the move, so the EMP is going to have to be on the War Factory, and I guess the Harvesters, and, well, okay, he's going to be able to shut down the War Factory and do some decent damage to it. You have to remember that Awakened squads, even though there's only 3 members to the squad, they do a surprising amount of damage, and the EMP lands just in time on the Buzzer Hive, but the War Factory has taken some damage, but it's not dead. The Awakened squads are going to run away. They should be out of range of that Buzzer, and they might actually get this Gunwalker, but I don't know if they'll have enough repeat EMPs to be able to continue to lock it down. This Buzzer, I feel like, can't reach from all the way down here. I feel like it can't reach the Awakened squad, so I'm not sure how he's throwing the Buzzers out that far, but second War Factory is now up and running for AssassinSpy. And I don't know what the plan is with this kind of a play for AssassinSpy. What do you hope to get out of the 5 Awakened squads that you get at the start of the game? Killing a couple of Gunwalkers, that's okay. If he gets a power plant kill, that's okay. Maybe these things can start to add up. But is that the original goal? Is your whole goal this time to just get these little tiny bits of damage? Because this kind of feels like you are betting 2,000 to 3,000 in the first couple of minutes of the game that you're going to be able to get these tiny advantages and then roll them into something that really matters. You're sort of hoping that you can get 1,000 paper cuts on your opponent, but you're, paying 2 grand at the start of the game to try and get the paper right at the beginning so that you can start this paper cut process. And it's like, if that's the whole goal, I don't know that that's a very good goal. I don't know that that's a very good build to go for in a game number 2. But you got to try something, and if it throws your opponent off, then that's good. But I just don't know how, even if your opponent goes sort of ultra greed mode, I just don't know how this is really going to be that effective. Well, the bikes, they can be effective, and maybe the whole point is to buy space and time for the bikes, and if that's the case, then it might be mission accomplished, because AssassinSpy gets the Harvester there in the main base. He spots the stasis chamber as well. He doesn't quite realize that Fast Legs is 99% completed, and it's probably finished up now, but a second Harvester going to be going down, and now it's 9-6 on the Harvester count, and that's a good feeling for AssassinSpy, especially if he can get a third Harvester. These bikes just haven't been dealt with. The Gunwalkers and the Secret Tanks are not fast enough, and it's 3 dead Harvesters on the Skrin side of the map. The Descents find the kills with the help of the Secret Tanks, but not before the damage is done. Now, of course, Senna has already built the army. He's got the Secret Tanks, he's got the Disintegrators out on the map, so can he do anything with them? It's Mass Buggy. Normally we would say Scorp Buggy is an amazing combo versus Skrin players, but Pure Buggy, I'm not so sure how that's going to fare. It's doing okay so far. He's cleaned up a lot of the Disintegrators. Oh, the defensive tower one-shotting these buggies. Can he get a third shot? Yes, he can. Doesn't actually need it, though. The Descents finish off that buggy before the shot lands, and there's going to be the triple War Factory. It's Scorps, it's Buggies, and it's an Ops Center as well. Dozer Blades looks like it's about 70% complete. Would be funny if he just went quad turrets instead of Dozer Blades. There would be no purpose for that, no reason for it at all. Expansion point has been captured by Senna, as well as one of AssassinSpy's Tiberium spikes. So that's 3 Tib spikes to Senna, who has already been dominating on the economy front. Now, in this particular game, Senna is ahead on eco, but not so much so that it's a problem. And in fact, he's got 7-8 grand in the bank, which is more than his actual economic advantage in total resources gathered. So he's got double the cash on hand than he's actually got in advantage against AssassinSpy. More and more harvesters out for Senna. He's rocking the 8 harvesters. He lost 3 earlier, but he's still ahead of AssassinSpy in total resources gathered. And that is the power of this scrin economy here with the 3 Tib spikes, with the faster harvesters earlier in the game. And the lightning spike might actually get the kill, and that's $500 down the drain, and that's a lightning spike that gets a kill to keep the Tib spike on the side of Senna. And that buggy is just over there wasting its time trying to fight against that lightning spike. Defensive tower also captured here for AssassinSpy. Both players with their defensive towers, but AssassinSpy, he's behind in another way. The expansion is faster at the 3rd for Senna. It's one thing after another. A little advantage here and a little edge here, there. A bit of an economic trade-off that works in one player's favor, but then it's always Senna coming out ahead in the end. All right, maybe it can be the EMP that lands here once again. Okay, that one didn't land, but maybe the EMPs will land with the army. This is a powerful Scorpion buggy army, but with the EMPs, it can really do a lot more. Senna, he doesn't want to fight army to army, not right at first. He wants to hunt for some harvesters, repaying the debt from earlier in the game. And can the EMPs land? Because otherwise, these mechas are just going to walk their way away from this fight. And the slowdown from the Tib troopers are actually going to lead to the death of 2 of these mechapeds. That's 2 dead mechas, and AssassinSpy can make it happen perhaps here on Tournament Odyssey. Can he catch and kill this Scrin army? Well, the answer is no for now, but he's got a second shot in the main base of Senna, and he's not going to commit into the kill on that stasis chamber. He's going to leave it alive for now. Another photon cannon gets deployed, and AssassinSpy thinks it's a better shot over at the 3rd base of Senna. Warp Chasm out on the field. AssassinSpy, is he going to actually reclaim that Tib spike? Could go for it. AssassinSpy drawing the entire army of Senna over to the right side of the map. He does have some forces attacking here on the left side. He's hoping that he can knock down that photon cannon and then get a bit more damage, but this is triple photon cannon plus a lightning spike, all here to delay this army from doing anything at the main base of Senna. The army is responding from Senna, and the warp sphere will go down, but the stasis chamber stays alive for now. The mechapedes, the descents, and the gun and the shard walkers all walking over. It's going to be a couple of secret tanks joining the fray, and the refineries have gone down. The war factory has gone down, but AssassinSpy isn't finding the kills that he's looking for. He's just trimming out the fat from this main base. And Senna is maybe just gonna skip everything once again and go straight for the harvesters. He did this at the main base, and now he's doing it with his shard mechas here at the 3rd of AssassinSpy. That's 1 dead harvester on the Nod side of the map. It's a couple of bikes, and it's a couple of awakened squads, enlightened as well, responding to this threat. 1 mechapede goes down, and this is now a costly attack for the Scrin player. A second mecha gets eliminated, and this harvester is so low on health. The bikes are going to trade out. The shard mecha is so powerful at killing those low health units, but AssassinSpy holds off the attack on the left side, but that wasn't the real army for Senna. If he's allowed to just trade all out versus these Nod units, he can pick off this army pretty much all day with these shard mechas. Harvester does get revealed there, and he gets jumped on. He gets killed. It's one Mechapede for one Harvester and one Scorpion, and that's a good trade for the Nod player. There's the EMP locking down two of the Mechapedes. Can he get two more kills? There's a third Mecha going down, and a fourth is close, but no, he looks like he's gonna escape. The head finally takes enough damage, and that's a fourth Mechapede as AssassinSpy has now taken over all four spikes on the map. Briefly, he held control of them, but Senna is starting to take them back as well. The phase is gonna save two Mechapedes from the Nod army. The phase field, one click. The savior of so many Scrin units over the years. AssassinSpy putting up a good fight, but he's not able to catch and kill those Scrin units in the way that he needs to. He needs to get rid of these mechas one way or another. AssassinSpy has been down on economy this entire game, so keeping his army alive is of the utmost importance. Another lightning spike engineer snipe at this same Tib spike as well, although the shadow teams on the left side managed to find an engineer from Senna, a sneaky engineer boy trying to make his way along the edge of the map. And it just feels like every time we look at Senna, anything he loses, he replaces with two of them. And the Mechapedes, are they just going to abandon the third base? Senna might just send everything over to AssassinSpy's third and try to wipe it out, because even if Senna loses his own third base, as long as he keeps this other stuff near his MCV, then AssassinSpy won't be able to win the game off of that alone. A couple of Seeker Tanks here for the stealth reveal, and keep an eye on that Harvester count for AssassinSpy. He's now down to just 5, but Senna decides to pull back on the attack. He is not committing all the way in. It feels like he could just trash this base, but he doesn't want to lose any of the Mechapedes, so he pulls back a little bit early, and he's willing to just play this one out a bit slower. He probably could have got the MCV if he would have stayed for the attack, if he would have committed into the MCV right from the beginning, but he would have lost Mechapedes for it. He would have lost some of the forces, and maybe he would have lost everything for it. If he commits into that attack, it might just be lights out for this entire army. And he decides, I don't want to do that. I want to wait to fight in a better place. AssassinSpy's army is split in half. Half of it is attacking the main base of Senna. Let's see how the EMPs are. There's not a lot of damage output from this army, but the Tib troopers are going to be able to slow down these Mechapedes, and that's a massive multi-EMP, but there's still more mechas that aren't EMP'd that are swarming over the Marked of Kane army and swarming over the Marked of Kane main base. It's going to be a trade of mains for mains. It's Scorpions on one side, it's Mechapedes on the other, and it's up to both players to stop the bleeding before it's all over. A base race might be better from the Scrin perspective because Scorpion tanks don't shoot up, but the Mechapedes are going to return home. They're not interested in a base race. They're interested in smashing the army. They took out one side of the army in the main base of AssassinSpy, but now they're looking to capture and kill this army retreating away from the main base of Senna. Shard Mechas finally closing in with these Scorpions. They're finally able to pick off some of these stragglers on the edge, and the Scorpions just can't stand up to the pure DPS of those mechas. That's why you need the EMPs. That's why you need something else here to target down the Mechapedes and lock them down. Avatar could get some crushes there. No, he's just trying to fire that laser, but every time he turns to fire, the Mechapede is out of range and gone away, and the army just evaporates on the Senna side on the AssassinSpy side of the map, and Senna swarms over the Nod base. It's one game to Senna, and it's looking like a second game to Senna as well, as the Harvesters all go down and AssassinSpy gets sharded out of the game. The shard mechas are too much for the Nod. It would have had to be an amazing EMP combination. Just EMP after EMP after EMP after EMP for AssassinSpy to win out the game. 20k worth of mechapedes is a lot of mechapedes, and it is a lot of EMPs to try and shut down those mechapedes, so it was always going to be a close to impossible fight for AssassinSpy. But in the last series, his comeback didn't start until game number 3. It was mechapedes on Tournament Odyssey that were a little bit too much for AssassinSpy to deal with. And targeting the mecha heads is just so difficult to do consistently. Some players are able to do it, get a couple of volleys off with bikes, able to do that massive damage in one burst, and then just knock down those mechapedes. But it is so hard to do consistently. It is so hard to do when there are this many mechapedes, and it is so hard to do when they're not EMP'd, when they're just dancing all over the map, swarming over the Nod forces. Another Shadow Team kill on an engineer. Not something we see very often, but we've seen it twice in this game. Senna not wanting to... I mean, he could have rushed in and just ended the game some time ago with the mechapedes. Senna instead wanting to play this one out extremely slow and safe as he moves over to the westernmost expansion. He's going to take the third base of AssassinSpy away from him, while also putting a bit of pressure on at the main base of AssassinSpy to make sure that there is no comeback possible. It's only 2 harvesters out on the map, but it's only 1 harvester out on the map for AssassinSpy, and now it's 0 harvesters out on the map. The Tiberium spikes are being taken away by Senna, and he's just got more and more engineers here waiting. As soon as something gets captured by AssassinSpy, Senna can just take it back. And AssassinSpy ain't hanging up the robe. He's keeping his gloves on to no real point. He's got 3 dual beam avatars, so I mean, actually he can just burn down these mechapedes, and he's gonna kill every single mecha. Imagine if there had been EMPs. AssassinSpy is dead. He's got nothing left. As long as Senna just kills these last 4 structures, War Factory, Power Plant, Refinery, which he could just capture with engineers, then it's over for AssassinSpy. But AssassinSpy does have 3 dual beam avatars. Man, if they were heroic. If they were heroic, they could actually just win this game. You would have to keep one of them back with this War Factory to keep it alive, but the other 2 could just walk around the map, melting everything in front of them. And yeah, the avatars have abandoned the main base, so Senna will move in. He'll start targeting down that power plant. There aren't a lot of structures left, and the cultists... Oh, the last cultist doesn't actually get targeted. They're a 5-member squad. Mechapedes swarm in, no EMPs to lock them in place, and now 2 of the dual beam avatars have changed sides. They're not on the Nod team anymore. They're traitors to the cause, and they are not the faithful who will be rewarded. It's on to Tournament Highlands for game number 3. And it's a switch up yet again for the yellow player on the left side. Playing black hand, this is Senna. And rocking the mark of Kane, staying true to his roots with a Shadow Team rush. This is AssassinSpy. It worked in the Badlands, and maybe it can work here as well. It's not likely, but it can happen twice in one tournament, twice for one player. AssassinSpy will be able to bomb out a power plant, and this does slow down the build. It's even better if you can get it before the War Factory deploys, but oh well. War Factory got out, and a bike got built as well before the bombs really landed there. And now, of course, Senna knows what's up. He knows that if he crosses the map, that there is not going to be much at home. And he does that with one bike. And once again, AssassinSpy is going for a 4 tib spike game. He doesn't have fast legs yet. I don't know if he's hoping to get it, but the buggy spots the engineers and disaster strikes for AssassinSpy. In the Badlands, it was his own ball from his own hand of Nod that crushed one of his engineers. But here it's Senna getting the kill with the buggy. The EMPs will come in from these Awakened, and they will at least slow down the harvesting of Senna. And AssassinSpy is also going to get another kill on a power plant, so that's even more infrastructure that has to be rebuilt for Senna. But at the end of it, Senna is the player who's in the better position. We'll see if he's able to... Well, we'll wait until the second refinery comes out, because I think AssassinSpy has done a lot to slow Senna down, but the fact that AssassinSpy spent the extra 1,000 credits on those engineers and didn't get the tib spikes is the thing that really makes me feel like Senna is just in complete control this game. If those tib spikes were on the AssassinSpy side, I would feel a lot better for AssassinSpy. But right now, I just don't. And I do appreciate that he's sending his units into the corner of the map. He's trying to get them away from the main forces of Senna. He's trying to keep as much alive as he possibly can. He can slowly bomb out the tib spike. He can go for another power plant. If he's kept both squads, at least one member from each squad alive, then he can still bomb out power plants into the late stages of the game. But it just doesn't really seem like that is going to be happening. And I think there's only one squad of the Shadow teams left for AssassinSpy. It is going to be a bike fight for these Nod players. The battle of the sub-factions once again. We've seen it a couple of different times in this tournament with different factions and sub-factions. Some SteelTalons versus Zocom, some Marked of Kane versus Blackhand, and some Harvesters versus Bikes, because AssassinSpy has nothing at home. He realizes that he has made a critical misstep, and he's even producing another Harvester, which is just going to be replacing one of the ones that's dead. And back on the other side of the map, it is AssassinSpy trying to get some revenge, but he doesn't have the same kind of numbers that Senna does. And it's going to be a dead Scorpion in the main base of AssassinSpy, and it's going to be dead Bikes on the side of AssassinSpy. He loses his Bikes that were on the attack on the other side of the map, and it's 5 Harvesters to 2. The Engineers are down, the Harvesters are down, and it looks like AssassinSpy's hopes in this tournament are down as well. Senna may not have qualified as the first seed in Group C, but he's coming through as spot number 2 into the round of 12. He is coming through against AssassinSpy with total domination and a quick third game. It's a 3-0 for Senna, and he will qualify into playoffs as the second seed from Group C. And that will do it for this video. A huge thank you to Chronosphere for sponsoring this event. You can check them out at that QR code or at the link in the description. And it's going to be a sad day for AssassinSpy, but a good day for Senna and the end of the Group C video. Thank you all very much for watching, and this is Sybert signing out.